Wonderful good morning and welcome. Excellencies, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the thematic session on new forms of investments as a driver for a sustained post-COVID-19 recovery. Together with experts from public and private sector, UNIDO has organized this special session during the 19th General Conference to promote the dialogue on how... What? Are we live or are we not live?
The webinar hasn't started yet. You have to press the blue button.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, good morning. Excellencies, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the thematic session on new forms of investments as a driver for sustained post-COVID-19 recovery. It is my pleasure. Together with experts from public and private sector, UNIDO has organized this special session during the 19th General Conference to promote a dialogue on how developing countries can better harness quality foreign direct investments as well as impact investing to achieve their inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We will discuss actionable steps that developing countries could consider in a post-COVID scenario to catalyze such investments and how public and private partnerships should be leveraged to this effect. My name is Selma Prodanovic and I will be your host today. I am a passionate entrepreneur and angel investor and working towards the SDGs. In my role as Vice President of the European Business Angel Network, I am representing over 20,000 private investors who are working towards the SDG and a betterment of the world. So, allow me to introduce shortly our esteemed speakers, and it is my pleasure and honor to start with Mr. Bernardo Casadilla Sarmiento, the Managing Director of the Directorate of Digitalization, Technology and Agribusiness at UNIDO, who will deliver the opening remarks. He's an experienced manager and global leader with more than 30 years of international experience in global development and working across Africa, Asia and Latin America. Mr. Jean-Michel Severino, the CEO of Investisseurs et Partenaires. Previously, he notably served as Vice President of Asia at the World Bank, as Director General of the French Development Agency, and was on the European Investment Bank's board. The INP Impact Investment Group is specialized in risk capital with social and environmental impact. Ms. Viviane Ribeiro Disla is the Executive Director at the Export Investment Center of the Dominican Republic. She is passionate about entrepreneurship and innovation and has been a strong voice in supporting and promoting the Dominican Republic investments climate. She is, among others, the recipient of the Gala Magazine Women of Today Award. Ms. Mont Nyambe is the Principal of the Public-Private Partnership Investment Officer in the Agriculture, Finance and Rural Infrastructure Development Department of the African Development Bank Group, headquartered in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. She's a seasoned financial services professional with 19 years of Pan-African experience working in the private sector and the African Development Bank. Mr. Feng Huan is the president of Shanghai Foreign Investment Association. He has 30 years experience in foreign investment in various high-level roles in the government, such as the Ministry of Commerce of People's Republic of China and Shanghai Municipal Commission of Commerce. His expertise include drafting and interpreting China's foreign investment law, negotiating trade and investment treaties with US, and facilitating pilot free trade areas. And Mr. Hashim Hussein is the head of UNIDO's Investment and Technology Promotion Officer in the Kingdom of Bahrain and the Arab International Center for Entrepreneurship and Investment. He is also the Executive Director of the World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum, with 30 years of experience in the field of industrial development, investment and technology promotion through innovation and entrepreneurship. I would kindly ask you also to check their personal and more details about the esteemed speakers on the website and use it also and the hashtag of today's event. And now it is my great pleasure and honor to call Mr. Bernardo Casadilla Sarmiento to the stage to deliver the opening remarks. Mr. Casadilla Sarmiento, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Pleasure. Good morning also to the distinguished panelists. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm greatly honored and it's a great pleasure to address the General Conference thematic event on new forms of investment as drivers of sustained post-COVID-19 recovery. And we hope that we will soon be really entering the recovery phase. The ripple effects of the pandemic across the globe have not facilitated the achievement of the 2030 SDGs, dumping global production, particularly impacting the operations of the SMEs. In many developing countries, indeed, 90% of the production force in many developing countries is made out of SMEs, and they will hit hard. It's where we have the vulnerable groups. It's where we have most of women working, youth. So the situation for them has been very, very difficult. The pandemic has also coincided with the upcoming of the fourth industrial revolution that leaves these very same SMEs struggling to usher in a long-term digital shift, as they often lack the knowledge, financial support, and qualified workforce. This crisis has thus unearthed structural weaknesses in the configuration of international production networks and growing recognition of sustainability considerations. In this context, there is a fundamentally new approach that is needed for the developing countries to define their investment promotion and facilitation efforts to better cater the needs of new investor groups. This includes particularly impact investments and quality foreign direct investment, on how to better link these investor groups to local fabric of SMEs. Impact investment presents a paradigm shift to conventional investment thinking by focusing on positive social and environmental change. Impact investment can unlock substantial resources and present new opportunities for business development targeting social impact, particularly in the sectors affected by the pandemic. Various funds are intentionally taking gender lens on impact investment to achieve also gender equitable social change that benefits women and girls, thereby also promoting a gender responsive and inclusive fourth industrial revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, the accelerated digitalization process caused by COVID-19 has meant that UNIDO is focusing on e-tools and e-learning. For example, UNIDO's investment portal is currently being fast-tracked for the Africa, Caribbean, Pacific region, maintaining investment promotion efforts through cyber initiatives such as GIS mapping, digital analysis, investment tracking functions, while e-commerce tools such as the Investment Hub, investment portal are also promoting digital and impact investment. 2 e-learning courses on the emergence of impact investment and International Business Alliance have been launched and are available in UNIDO's Knowledge Hub, and we can announce that we will in January have an additional course on financial planning. This will be the most comprehensive course we are launching. Our flagship product, CONFAR, is also being updated, and we will soon, I hope in 2022, have a CONFAR 4.0 version. CONFAR is assisting the appraisal and project feasibility analysis, and more than ever, we need to have proper analysis, in particular for public-private investment, through blending finance mechanism to develop bankable projects. The investment promotion and ITPO network, in particular ITPO Bahrain, developed the approach of the EDIP, Enterprise Development and Investment Promotion Program, by enhancing domestic investment ecosystem, offering access to finance and partnerships through global ITPO network. And this again shows how much we are focusing on the SMEs. So impact investment, SMEs, is the call of the day. And let me finalize by saying the potential of impact investment for post-COVID-19 recovery process is vast. Yet countries have to understand the specific dynamics to be able to effectively seize it. Global partnerships and networks such as UNIDO's ITP network are key in building a common understanding of new forms of investment to bring back on track the achievement of the SDGs. I look forward to the deliberations of this side event and wish great success. Thank you so much for the attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Casadilla Sarmiento. In a usual situation, we would have a big round of applause at this moment, but considering we are all around the world in a hybrid moment, this is my pleasure, and the applause comes from my side. Thank you very much. We will continue now in the deliberation, and I would like to really thank this opening remarks discussing the importance of impact investing, SMEs, and the vulnerable parts of our economy participants. And allow me now to dive deeper in the discussion on how can we promote investments in all countries as to achieve the SDGs, and be through impact investing, PPPs or FDIs. We will look at success stories from across the globe with examples from Europe, Latin America, Africa, Asia, and across the UNIDO community. And I would now like to start, as Mr. Casadilla Sarmiento just mentioned earlier, we were talking about the PPPs, and I would like to now have the pre-recorded statement of Ms. Viviana Ribeiro Disla from the Dominican Republic. Clearly, due to the time difference, she cannot be with us at this hour. And I would like the technician to play the video if it's possible. Thank you.
Ante todo, un cordial saludo desde la República Dominicana. Gracias por estar aquí en este significativo evento de forma virtual. Estamos sumamente agradecidos por la oportunidad de permitirnos compartir la visión integradora y global en torno a las nuevas oportunidades de negocios que se han generado post esta pandemia que nos ha afectado a todos. La República Dominicana es un país privilegiado, no solamente por su favorable posición geográfica, sino también por el corazón de su gente. Pero sobre todo, hemos mostrado una gran resiliencia durante la pandemia del COVID-19 que ha afectado y ha paralizado el mundo por casi 2 años. Y aún bajo estas adversidades, nuestro país ha podido anteponerse a la misma y seguir marchando hacia adelante. De los efectos de la pandemia hemos notado que la inversión extranjera directa en el mundo disminuyó y se ralentizó en un promedio que oscila un 35%. Sin embargo, la República Dominicana solamente decreció un 15%. Sin embargo, a pesar de las dificultades, nuestro país pudo mantener los flujos de inversión de extranjera directa de los últimos 10 años y a su vez consolidarse como el principal destino de inversión extranjera directa, no solo del Caribe, sino también de Centroamérica, con una proyección para el 2021 de más de $3.000 millones. Esto es una señal clara de que en los países en desarrollo, con disposición, esfuerzo y trabajo colectivo, podemos alcanzar grandes logros. Un caso muy puntual es el sector turismo, que es uno de los principales sectores de atracción de inversión extranjera directa en nuestro país y que fue uno de los sectores más afectados por la pandemia, tanto en nuestro país como a nivel mundial. Sin embargo, hoy podemos afirmar con toda certeza que nos hemos recuperado. Cabe destacar que en los meses de septiembre y octubre alcanzamos niveles históricos en el flujo de turistas en nuestro país. Octubre, por ejemplo, fue el mes de mayor cantidad de visitantes en toda la historia de la República Dominicana. En adición a esto, nuestro país ha podido mantener su estabilidad macroeconómica y un liderazgo regional por más de 50 años en materia de crecimiento de su Producto Interno Bruto, o PIB, promediando un 5.1% durante todos estos años. Se estima que en el año 2021 cerraremos con un crecimiento que superará los 2 dígitos. Tenemos grandes oportunidades. Sin lugar a dudas, la pandemia del COVID-19 ha generado desafíos que han permitido que los sectores productivos y el sector económico salgan hacia adelante con ideas más innovadoras y cómo realmente lograr un mayor proceso de recuperación de manera mucho más sostenible. Desde el Estado y con el apoyo y visión del liderazgo del presidente Luis Abinader, hemos realizado grandes esfuerzos para fortalecer nuestras instituciones públicas, mejorar los servicios, así como también impulsar reformas que procuran eliminar la burocracia y crear estructuras tan importantes de apoyo para la inversión, como es el caso de la ventanilla única de inversión, que procura unificar y simplificar los trámites en los cuales debe incurrir un inversionista para instalarse y establecerse en nuestro país. En adición a lo anterior y bajo el mandato presidencial, todos los estamentos del Estado deben abocarse al unísono y en sinergia con miras a promover y facilitar la inversión extranjera directa y continuar fortaleciendo nuestra economía, generando empleos de calidad y encaminándonos cada vez más a la equidad y el bienestar social. En materia de alianza público-privada, contamos con un nuevo marco jurídico, el cual entró en efecto a finales del año 2020, creando la Dirección General de Alianzas Público-Privadas con miras a llevar el control y manejo de todos los proyectos de APP de una manera transparente, eficiente y eficaz. En República Dominicana, el mecanismo de la APP es un tema relativamente nuevo. Al igual que en muchos países en desarrollo, entendemos que este es un instrumento que puede ser utilizado por nuestros países como una herramienta para establecer nuevas inversiones y crear mayores niveles de atracción de inversión en proyectos de interés público. Es importante que los países podamos definir proyectos estratégicos para salir a tocar la puerta de esos inversionistas que tienen la capacidad de ejecutar los mismos y que sin lugar a dudas generarían importantes avances en materia de infraestructura, tecnología y transferencia de conocimiento, impactando y generando bienestar en nuestros países. Otro elemento importante en el cual estamos enfocados en nuestro país es en el empoderamiento de las mujeres empresarias. La República Dominicana aún no ha logrado los avances que queremos en esta materia. Sin embargo, actualmente contamos con grandes ejemplos de liderazgo femenino, tanto en el ámbito empresarial como en el ámbito gubernamental. Contamos con grandes empresas de inversión extranjera directa en nuestro país que son lideradas y dirigidas por el más alto nivel de mujeres empresarias y algunas emprendedoras, como es el caso del sector minero, sector industrial y de las telecomunicaciones, por solamente mencionar algunos de estos. Y sin embargo, también podemos decir que este fenómeno por igual está ocurriendo en importantes gremios empresariales. Podemos afirmar que vamos avanzando y vamos por buen camino. En conclusión, si bien es cierto que la pandemia golpeó al mundo entero y a la economía global, también podemos afirmar que la misma sirvió de motivación para buscar la resiliencia y la creatividad del ser humano para que podamos salir a flote y brillar, encontrando nuevas oportunidades y formas de hacer negocios aún dentro de la adversidad. Queremos agradecer a UNIDO por la oportunidad que nos ha brindado para compartir nuestras experiencias en este importante evento. También externamos nuestro agradecimiento a todos los involucrados y desde la República Dominicana les enviamos un fuerte saludo y nuestros mejores deseos.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for Ms. Ribeiro Disla for her beautifully given speech already in advance, but also the fact that the positive news coming from the Dominican Republic and speaking about the recent development in the PPPs in the and giving examples of the legal framework to manage all the PPP projects in a transparent, efficient, and effective manner. I would like to move now to Ms. Monde Nyambe from the African Development Bank Group, and who is an expert in the public and private partnership. And it is a decisive mechanism to upscale the investments for SDGs. And the question is, Is there a reliable and measurable relationship for such a blended financing partnership? And how can public and private partnerships be leveraged to this effect? The stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
All protocols observed. I'd just like to start by congratulating the organizers, UNIDO, for hosting such a successful 19th General Conference, whose theme is Building a Better Future. And in addition, I'm delighted to be here and to be given this opportunity and privilege to contribute to the topic, new forms of investments as drivers for a sustained post-COVID-19 recovery. So as the moderator has just posed my question, I'll go straight into talking about PPPs and giving a very practical example of a project that I'm personally task team leader of in Nigeria at the moment, and how these relationships work in practice. So I'll just start by saying that one of the most important but complex ways to realize infrastructure projects is to use PPPs. So these PPPs are a special type of cooperation between the public and private sectors, and they're aimed at carrying out long-term investments in projects of a social and infrastructure nature. Particularly, it is important to also note that with PPPs, the public sector still remains with general oversight and control of the service and asset that is being built. And these projects involve construction, reconstruction of transport infrastructure, for example, utilities such as water, waste management, processing, plants, energy, and also the operation and maintenance of these facilities, which is very important. In PPP projects, the private sector basically commits to developing, building, financing facilities and operating them in accordance with parameters and standards established by the government. So in return, the private sector is paid by the public sector with the amount dependent on results achieved, so the services provided, for instance. In some projects, this payout comes from revenues generated by the commercial operationalization of the facility. So PPPs basically, they're not new forms of financing right now. They're very topical because of tight public budgets of most countries and financing shortages for essential infrastructure. So they've increasingly gained momentum and the attention of policymakers. So they serve better as risk allocation tools, basically between public and private sectors, paving the way to greater investor participation in infrastructure projects and freeing up public funds for other development purposes. So in other words, PPPs are contractual arrangements for providing public assets or services in which private sector bears a significant risks, as well as a management and operational responsibility. So given that the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the SDGs presents an immediate challenge, PPPs, for example, given the limited resources, would be definitely able to fill this gap in infrastructure financing that is required. And PPPs have been seen as a possible modality through which to attract additional resources into these needs of various countries. So so there are numerous advantages of using PPPs, but I'll give a practical example of a project that I'm working on. So, I mean, we know that UNIDO, in partnership with UNIDO, the African Development Bank has designed agro-industrial parks in various countries. We're actually working across 18 countries at the moment. And this flagship for us in the bank, we call it the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones, SAPZs. So these are a low-hanging fruit, but a collaborative approach and an end-to-end solution to agriculture value chains. And some of the goals include contributing to the end of extreme poverty, eliminating hunger and malnutrition, becoming a net, helping the countries to become net exporters of agriculture commodities, and moving our regional member countries to top of key agriculture value chains. So some of the enablers include increasing productivity, value addition, provision of hard and soft infrastructure, provision of agriculture finance, creation of an enabling business environment, inclusivity, sustainability, and nutrition, and good coordination of these agro-industrial parks. So basically, I won't really go into the objective of them, but in a nutshell, it's to bring economic infrastructure to rural areas of high agriculture potential in order to attract investments from private agro-industrial and entrepreneurs, and to contribute to economic and social development of these rural areas. This also aims to stem the rural-urban migration challenge that many regional member countries that we work with are facing. So these agro-industrial parks are basically purposely built facilities to enable agro-producers, processors, aggregators, and distributors to operate in the same vicinity and reduce transaction costs and share business development services for increased productivity and competitiveness. So typically we have agro-processing hubs and we have agriculture transformation centers. The ownership and management of the hub, for example, is controlled by a dedicated independent entity, often in a PPP arrangement. So in this kind of project, we have been emphasizing to our regional member countries that this is supposed to be a government-enabled project, but a private sector-led and managed project. So opportunities there to bring in FDI and private investment and participation include basically an end-to-end solution and input that is required from private sector. So from input supply and increasing agriculture productivity. So we've got rules for private sector there for the smallholder farmers, all the way to the large commercial farmers, input suppliers of farm credits. So there's many roles that private sector can play in the agriculture productivity sphere, thereby increasing this production, and they're taking it to agriculture transformation centers for aggregation, pre-processing, storage, sorting, grading, and cleaning, for example. And that's a role for private sector again to play. So this is a way of crowding in private sector into agriculture. So once we have at the agriculture transformation level, the products that are meant to be then taken to the hub for further value addition and commercialization, we then have private sector processors setting up within the hub and basically adding value to what is being produced locally in those rural areas. So this is just one way in which PPPs can be leveraged in infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nyambe, for the examples and the specific examples you have given us in the case of PPPs. And talking about this public-private partnerships, I would like to go to Mr. Jean-Michel Severino to talk about the to move to. Okay, so I would like to move to Mr. Jean-Michel Severino and to start and talking about the private investors and how the impact investor community responded to the COVID-19 crisis, and what are some of the impact investment opportunities that are being targeted to accelerate post-COVID sustainable regional development in developing countries. Monsieur Severino, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very honored to be part to this important conference and event, and also brain thinking process. Investisseurs et Partenaires is an impact investor, and we manage around 400 million euros that are fully dedicated to supporting African entrepreneurs, allowing young entrepreneurs to emerge, investing in startups and SMEs in sub-Saharan Africa. And I'm going to start by providing you an example of what is actually impact investing in Africa. Around 2010, we invested in a company called CDS in Mauritania. This company was a complete startup at the time, created by a very smart and audacious Mauritanian entrepreneur, engineer, who wanted to provide water and energy based on solar solutions in the valley of the river Senegal, which you know is one of the poorest parts of the world, but is also a very important place for migration to other places in Africa, including Senegal, its neighbor, but also towards Europe. It's also a place where at that time jihadists were operating massively in a climate of full insecurity. It's also a place where desertification is taking place, and basically people are deprived of everything. 5 or 6 years later, we sold our share of this company to the multinational NG and to another impact fund. And this operation proved to be profitable to us. We sold it with a significant added value. Meanwhile, the company had made tremendous progress. It had increased its value added, its turnover, its profitability, and it's now continuing its life in a very successful way. Now, the problem is, you said you should be very happy as an investor, but the problem is that given all the time, the energy that was spent in investing what was at the beginning a very little amount of money, actually we started investing 50,000 euros in that company and ended it finally with 500,000 euros of investment. There's no way you can really recover your costs. And basically, even if the company is very profitable, successful, grows very quickly, it's very unlikely that the investors will eventually get a significant net return. And this is all what impact investment, especially in Africa, is about. Let's be direct. The challenge of employment and sustainability in Africa is absolutely tremendous. 450 million young people will come into the labor market, up to 2050. And right now, the economic growth can provide for probably only half of this generation a formal job. The other ones will have solutions that will be limited only to survival or migration. And there are no big companies in which you can invest in Africa right now. The economic tissue, the entrepreneurship tissue in Africa is made out of very small businesses, and there is a tremendous activity at the level of the creation of businesses. But those small businesses, which are the future of Africa, which will make the large companies of the future, they are completely out of reach of the traditional for-profit investors. You need actually in Africa to reach investment tickets of more than 7-8 million euros or dollars to allow private investors to really make profit and reach the levels of return that will allow for FDIs to really invest, or even large African investors. So the job of allowing those small companies to emerge, and which cannot rely on grants, which has to be based on market mechanisms, is left to actors that operate with a vision of the common good, want to provide development solutions to Africa and to the world, but cannot fit into the logic of traditional investors. where those investors, patient and generous investors, can come from. They can come from, of course, DFIs, development finance institutions, which have a mandate of supporting that type of emergence. It can come also from philanthropic organizations that want to enter into the investment business. Some of them are doing it at a very large scales. And for instance, I would mention the MasterCard Foundation as one of the instance of that evolution. It can be also, it can come from financial investors or corporates which operate in Africa and want to increase their entrepreneurial background, strengthen their providers, strengthen their clients, and allow for corporateship in Africa to be improved. And we have in IMP, for instance, many of those investors. Now, all those people, the impact investors themselves and the investors, are faced with COVID additional challenges. The African economic tissue has been severely hit because of not really the health situation per se, but its economic consequences. Suppliers have been cut from businesses for several months. Raising money has been very difficult, especially for techno ventures. And there have been also very important difficulties as time was passing to export to OECD markets because of transportation and health-related restrictions. And finally, domestic demand has also declined over the year 2020. Now, we are getting to a moment where economy is recovering, but as we know, new health threats are coming into the horizon, and there is a lot of uncertainty in this economic tissue about what the future can be. So during that period, what has been positive about the investment entrepreneurship, the impact investment entrepreneurship, is that contrary to the traditional for-profit investors, impact financiers have gathered and teamed up in order to support the economic tissue, because basically their first motivation is not about profit and managing risks. To a certain extent, it's because there are risks and threats that they are there because they want to make a contribution despite the shocks and the environment. So during that period, impact investing industry has continued to grow. And what has been extremely positive is that on top of traditional investors in impact, we have seen a new generation of philanthropic investors coming in, backed by major foundations or by public donors such as the EU or the USAID, just to mention two of the major donors in the field of investment. So to end this very brief panorama, I would say that given the increase in challenges that we are facing, especially with the health situation, but also looking at what are the immense opportunities and the incredible dynamism of the SME and entrepreneurship dynamic in Africa, it is time now to create a new generation, a new great leap of impact investment. And this is probably based on mechanisms that have started to be spoken about by my predecessor around blending, teaming up private and public investors so that we can really fund and back a new generation of entrepreneurs. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Severino, for your remarks. And we are very honored now to call to the stage or give the word to Mr. Huang, the president of the Shanghai FDI Association, and asking you if you can share your experience in the linkage of existing FDIs with social impact and evidence-based impact investing, as well as what is the role of Shanghai in facilitating foreign investors as impact investors. Please.
Okay, thank you, Selma, and thank you for UNIDO to invite me to share my thoughts, on this very important occasion. So I will follow, Selma's guiding questions. So first, I would say, actually, foreign companies, actually, they play very important roles here in China as the impact investors. So actually, they are the driving force for impact investment here in China. So for example, MNCs, they bring CSR to China. They make contributions to the community where they locate. They give special care to disabled, to women, to children. And most remarkably, they actively join in China's very ambitious poverty alleviation initiatives, which finishes phase 1 goal by the end of last year. So actually, our association, we have collected and released 57 cases of MNCs covering poverty alleviation through business linkage, healthcare, education, improving vocational skill, improving infrastructure, and including companies like Apple, DuPont, IKEA, Starbucks, and many other companies. So, and also secondly, MNCs also maintain very higher environment standard when they come to China. In most cases, actually foreign companies, they do not deliberately lower their emission standard when the domestic law or regulation set a lower standard. So instead, they aim at best practice like circular economy. To just give you an example, Shanghai Chemical Zone is a world-class chemical manufacturing base. Shanghai government works very closely with companies like Covistro, Evonik, and many others to build it into a highly integrated chemical cluster. So energy is saved and emission is heavily reduced. So I would say MNCs as impact investors plays a very important role for sustainable development post-COVID-19 recovery. And second, I just would like to introduce the role of Shanghai in facilitating foreign investors as impact investors. So for Shanghai to facilitate foreign investors as impact investors, I think the most important thing is to create an enabling policy framework. Take carbon emission reduction, for example. China has just announced that we aim to hit peak emission before 2030 and achieve carbon neutral by 2060. To achieve that goal, the critical element actually is developing energy saving technology. This is because 70% of China's electricity is from thermal power using coal. So actually there is no adequate alternative energy source for China. Green electricity is unstable for the power network. That means, space for lowering carbon emission in next 10 years is limited. So energy saving technology is the crucial for Chinese government to control carbon emission, and at the same time, do not impede the economic development. So Shanghai government is encouraging two types of programs. First is digitalization to improve process efficiency to save energy using. And the second is innovation related to physical improvement of energy saving, such as the new material who can maintain the temperature so we can save the energy. So by establishing this enabling policy framework, foreign investors with digital capacity and technology capacity will be engaged and involved in China's mandate to climate change as very important impact investors and also partners. So I will also suggest UNIDO and its ITPO network to pay attention to this digitalization and innovation related to energy saving and disseminate them to more developing countries who is also relying on traditional fossil energy. I believe we can share these intellectual properties to address the climate change issue and to make a better world. Thank you, Selma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huang, for being with us. It's a great pleasure, especially with your function in Shanghai, the hotspot for foreign direct investments, and how you're managing that. And now I would like to move to Mr. Hashim Hussein, I would like you to share with us your experience and the experience of ITPO Bahrain in bankable projects for impact investment. And in the backdrop of COVID and swift digital transformation, how can we achieve and ensure entrepreneurial resilience? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chairman. Actually, I'm very delighted and honored that Mrs. Selma, as a woman entrepreneur, chairing this and moderating this panel. I would like just to emphasize on the background of ITPO Bahrain, which was established in 1996 to be part of the UNIDO Investment and Technology Promotion Network. And at that time, Bahrain became the first country in a developing country to be part of the UNIDO Investment Technology Promotion Offices Network. The ITPO network, which started by ITPO Japan more than 40 years back, it was intended to mobilize foreign direct investment from industrialized to developing countries, of course, under the directives of UNIDO and under the mandated directive of the Department of Digitalization, Technology and Innovation. So using all the tools, all the mechanisms of UNIDO to work on how to mobilize foreign direct investment from industrialized to developing countries. In cash investment, technology transfer and know-how, market outlets for products and services from SMEs in developing countries. The wisdom to establish ITPO Bahrain in a developing country, because Bahrain is considered the financial hub, for commercial and offshore banking in the Arab region. And also Bahrain's geographically situated in the region where there is a number of financial developmental institutions like the Islamic Development Bank, which is the second largest development bank after the World Bank, the Saudi Economic Development Fund, the Kuwait Economic Development Fund, the Abu Dhabi Economic Fund, the Arab Economic Development Fund, the Arab Bank for Development of Africa. They're all here situated in the region. So the wisdom of the organization, how to work with this commercial offshores and developmental financial institutions to access, for small and medium enterprises. So when we started working mobilization of foreign direct investment to the region, which we call it the inflow, and also because ITPO Bahrain was mandated for outflow of investment from the region to other developing countries, mainly Arab and Sub-Saharan African countries, we have been mandated with a responsibility and a challenge. I mean ITPO Bahrain, which we call it how to bring bankable projects, projects with impact investment. We have realized that one of the big problems is not in the mobilization of foreign direct investment. And even using the UNIDO tools and others like the World Bank or MEGA or whatever, we realized they're only working on mobilization of foreign direct investment to existing enterprises. And this was not leading to more or better creation of jobs for youth and women, because there is no creation of new enterprises. Even this word of startups, 25 years back, it's not being used in the language and terminologies of investment promotion. So we have realized that being working in Bahrain and the region and to work in other Arab countries, there is a challenge we have to look into it. And that is, we come to that public and private partnership. So how to enhance the domestic investment, through the stakeholders to ensure that we are having a good environment to bring bankable project through entrepreneurship and innovation. This is how we started to work, and we started to look into how to work with government, the private sector, financial institutions, universities, Chamber of Commerce, R&Ds, and NGOs to ensure enhancing that domestic investment. Then we have realized that over the years this has started to work, and this program, we started to develop it in more than 52 countries, from Uruguay in Latin America to Turkey, even to China, to India, to a big number of sub-Saharan African countries and almost all the Arab countries. With the aim and the theme also how to develop and to engage partnership with financial institutions, because our aim was how to bring bankable projects, how to create new enterprises. Of course, and the driving force was entrepreneurs, that those entrepreneurs, they will create those enterprises. So we started to work on that famous model, which is called the EDIP, or the Enterprise Development and Investment Promotion. It's mainly to enhance the domestic investment for mobilization of foreign direct investment. Quickly, it is into 3 stages. Of course, it has to be adopted at the local level, if we do it in China, or we do it in India, or we do it in Senegal, or Cote d'Ivoire, it has to go and to be adapted with the local environment. But it is, the first one is the pre-incubation, the empowerment, working with public and private institutions to ensure that they will provide the support to entrepreneurs. We start on idea generation, we start a program to provide capacity building for startups. Then they move into counseling and technology tie-up. And this is a very important setup. We did it through the UNIDO ITPO network, because in most developing countries, startups, they need technologies and they're technology seekers. So within the UNIDO Investment Technology Promotion Network and the UNIDO bigger partners with other agencies related to technology and technology transfer,
it seems we lost Mr. Hussein. And well, now I would like to see who do we have online. Obviously, we have some difficulties in terms of the connections, and I would like to see who is still here. And to have a final statement by our speakers in terms of the next step they will take into the future. At the moment, the connections. And now let's see who do we have here. Yes, I would like to go back to Mr. Severino, if he can give us a final statement, just a 1-minute statement, and on the next steps he is going to take. And no, we cannot do it. All right, I think that, we have Mr. Huang. That is wonderful. Yes, can I just have one sentence, not a sentence, one short statement from Mr. Huang. What is the next steps you are going to take and towards impact investing, towards the SDGs? The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Okay, I would say impact investment is very important. So when companies, when we are doing business, you should also address, political and also economic and also social, environmental issues. So, I mean, this is the concept of, investment. So for companies here in China, because, China is the #1 carbon emission country. So I think the most important and serious issue is how to reduce carbon emission. So all the companies, not only the domestic company, but also the foreign companies, I think all have the responsibility and all need to join in this process. So by developing some technologies, especially we can use the foreign companies can, use their advantage in technology and digitalization to help China to reduce carbon emission. And I think that's not enough. Companies also need to, disseminate all these, technology and all these, digitalization tools to other countries who are in the like circumstance, like situation, like China. And they also need this kind of, intellectual property. And I think UNIDO and its ITPO network is the very good, suitable entity to help countries like China and also companies who are involved in this, carbon reducing efforts to disseminate all these technology to whoever wanted, whoever needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huang. Exactly, the carbon reduction definitely extremely important, and it is also about the impact, investments, and the changes we can create across the world. So now going to Ms. Nyambe, I would like to have your final statement and the next steps you are heading towards. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Salma. So just quickly, just going through the challenges that have been highlighted throughout the conference, even on preparing it.
I can hardly hear. There are some...
Can you hear me now? Some noises.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm sorry.
Okay, now. Okay, so basically, I mean, in our institution, we will continue to prepare this bankable project pipeline, for PPPs so that we can crowd in private sector investors. But we'll continue to design the projects in such a way that we de-risk them using different methodologies of de-risking projects, again, to attract private sector investments, both foreign and domestic. And then also we'll carry along the private sector investors also in the design, from design all the way, from conceptualizing projects all the way to the end, to implementation, so that, we design projects in such a way that private sector will be happy to be participating in those projects, and they could bring in the capital, the much needed capital into the project. So also just an important thing that has been mentioned also, in the due diligence process, ensure that we follow the environmental and social safeguard compliance, when designing these, because this is very important. As we design our projects, that's usually a main issue. We always have to do environmental and social impact assessments, just to ensure that when we have impact, it's not just a negative impact, but we have positive impacts on all the beneficiaries that are going to be part of the projects. I think I'll stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your final statements. And now we have Mr. Hussein, just for a last sentence statement. Thank you very much for being with us.
Yes, sorry, I think there was a technical issue. But anyway, this EDIP modality, it was to ensure how we bring bankable project and how we access to finance. And then, of course, we have to ensure the sustainability of and growth of micro and small and medium businesses through incubation, either virtual or physical incubation. Then we started to work on developing a number of incubators and mainly also agro poles with support of different institutions through our partners. So today we have managed to bring a modality within UNIDO, how to ensure creation of small and medium enterprises and how to bring bankable projects with impact investment, and then how to continue on the growth and the sustainability of SMEs, because it's well known more than 70% of SMEs die in their first 3 years if we don't provide the continuous from productivity to quality management to market access, to export consortiums, and so on. And of course, now when we are talking about entrepreneurial resilience, especially with post-COVID, and now with the new directive, with our new management, which actually in his statement just 2 days back that, ITPOs has to be supported, it has to be strengthened, and then to play a vital role on the private sector. This is also is giving more support and mandate with the new directive, our new Director General, and I'm sure on the readiness of the ITPOs to handle this and to work in developing small and medium enterprises in job creation for youth and women, and to give a specific focus for women and women empowerment. I am ending with this beautiful slide. It is the World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum, which is the only forum under the UN, and is the largest forum to support entrepreneurs to enhance the ecosystem through the stakeholders, from universities to government to public institutions, financial institutions, chambers, to come in a 3-day event to dialogue with entrepreneurs on the future of SMEs. And it is logged with achieving the SDGs through entrepreneurship and innovation. You can see here, and to invest in the fourth industrial revolution. I just would like to end with a very nice announcement that we are organizing the World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum. The fourth one is going to be in Dubai Expo from 28th to 30th of March, where it's going to be with a new mandate, with a big number of philanthropists worldwide, and of course, with all the UNIDO support activities under the umbrella of the Arab League. Thank you very much again, Mrs. Chairman. I think we have benefited a lot from the different speakers, which will allow UNIDO in the coming years with the new directive to play a more vital role in investment and technology and innovation promotion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hussein, for your insights and you've given me. And now it is my pleasure to finalize this panel discussion and give the floor to Mr. Weishi Gong, the Chief of Investment Technology Promotion Division of UNIDO, for his closing remarks. Mr. Gong, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, achieving SDGs need investment. This investment should not only consider the return of investment itself, it should consider the effect on the social and environment aspect. In short, impact investment. The huge demand in impact investment needs the proactive involvement of private sector. Leveraging private sector investment requires a convincing and measurable public-private partnership, PPP, so that all stakeholders can benefit in a transparent, effective, efficient manner. Blended financing mechanism is an effective tool to facilitate building up and operation of such measurable financial public-private partnership, for which UNIDO provides a globally used tool for the investment feasibility appraiser known as a computer model for feasibility analysis and reporting program, CONFA. It is also a key element embedded in the institutional capacity building program and package for investment promotion agencies. Various factors influencing impact investment exist throughout the investment cycle, including investment aftercare and reinvestment. For this, the ease of the doing business environment, enabling environment as a whole play a key role. Today, we have learned the success stories on the role of investment promotion agencies, international development financial institutions, PPP for bankable projects, enabling domestic private sectors, as well as involvement of doing business services for FDIs to successfully attract FDI and further leverage the private sector contribution for impact investment. The reapplication of the stories can increase FDIs in many countries in the world, so that the accumulation and the acceleration can facilitate the contribution of investment to bridge the financial gap to meet the SDG demand and its achievement. Thank you to all panelists for sharing their insight and success stories with us today. Allow me to back to you, Madame Sema. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gong. And I would like to close this session. Thank you very much, everybody, for being with us, esteemed speakers, panelists, Your Excellencies, the audience across the world and here in the room. Thank you very much for being with us, discussing the new forms of investments as a driver for sustained post-COVID-19 recovery. I wish you a wonderful day and a productive sessions, and goodbye.
Morning to everybody. May I kindly ask you to take your seats? We need to establish quorum, and for that we need to make sure that everybody is on his or her seat. Please, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, do take your seats. Thank you very much. We're beginning shortly.
حضرة النواب الموقرين، سعادة السفراء والزملاء الأعزاء، أيها السادة والسيدات، صباح الخير. أعلن افتتاح الجلسة العامة السابعة من الدورة المؤتمر العام 19. وقبل أن نواصل عملنا اسمحوا لي أن أذكركم بأن الجلسة القادمة للجنة الرئيسية ستعقد اليوم على الساعة 4:30 في قاعة الاجتماعات دي بالطابق الرابع من المبنى سي، وعلى منصة الترجمة الشفوية. كما أود كذلك أن أذكر بالإجراءات والتراتيب المتعلقة بالدخول إلى قاعة الجلسة، فإن هذه التراتيب وهذه الإجراءات قد أقرتها الدولة المضيفة، ونحن جميعا ملتزمون باحترامها، بما فيها رئاسة المؤتمر، وليس لنا أي سلطة على ذلك في تغيير هذه الإجراءات. ولذلك الرجاء من كافة النواب المحترمين والسادة الزملاء التقيد واحترام هذه الإجراءات، والمعذرة على عدم تمكن رئاسة المؤتمر من ليس لنا أي إمكانية للتغيير أو لأخذ قرار استثنائي فيما يتعلق بهذه الإجراءات، وشكرا لكم على تفهمكم. Je voudrais également, puisqu'on a terminé le débat général, vous exprimer ou vous réitérer mes remerciements pour vos félicitations et surtout pour l'engagement que vous avez affiché en ce qui concerne votre volonté d'apporter votre soutien et votre support à la présidence de la conférence. Nous apprécions cet engagement, nous apprécions cette volonté et je compte énormément sur la collaboration, l'appui de tous les collègues, de tous les honorables délégués en vue d'atteindre les objectifs et nos souhaits à tous dans l'intérêt bien compris et partagé par tout le monde. Merci encore et j'espère que nous allons donc procéder dans ce même esprit de collaboration qui a caractérisé les 3 dernières journées de nos travaux. والآن ووفقا للجدول الزمني لأعمالنا سننظر الآن في البند الخامس وثائق تفويض ممثلين لدى المؤتمر، وبشكل أكثر تحديداً تقرير لجنة وثائق التفويض. ولعلكم تتذكرون أن المؤتمر قد أنشأ في جلسته العامة الثالثة لجنة لوثائق التفويض، وقد درست هذه اللجنة الذي انتخبت السيدة سيفيلينا إتونا أشيبالا من ناميبيا رئيسة لها وثائق تفويض الممثلين لدى المؤتمر. ويرد تقرير لجنة وثائق التفويض في الوثيقة GC.19/L.1، وأذنت اللجنة لرئيستها بتحديث تقريرها شفوياً في الجلسة العامة للمؤتمر لمراعاة أي تسجيلات أو وثائق تفويض أو خطابات إضافية تتلقاها الأمانة بعد اجتماع اللجنة. ولذلك أود الآن أن أعطي الكلمة لرئيسة لجنة وثائق التفويض، فلتتفضل.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor to address the plenary on the report of the Credentials Committee. The report is before the conference in document GC.19/L.1. Mr. President, I would like to inform the conference that the report of the Credentials Committee reflects the status of credentials received by Secretariat by 5 p.m. on Tuesday, 30th November 2021. Subsequently, that is, by this morning, the Secretariat has received A. Formal credentials issued by head of state or government or by the Minister for Foreign Affairs as provided in Rule 27(2) of the Rules of Procedure of the Conference, in respect of the representatives of the following 3 members: Côte d'Ivoire, Indonesia, and Panama. B. A copy of the formal credentials issued by head of state or government or by the Minister for Foreign Affairs have been received in respect of the representatives of Senegal. C. Other communications which do not constitute formal credentials under Rule 27(2) of the Rules of Procedure have been received in respect of the representatives of the Seychelles. Consequently, the status of the members now participating in the conference is the following. 120 members are participating in the conference. 71 members, including Côte d'Ivoire, Indonesia, and Panama, have submitted credentials according to Rule 27(2) of the Rules of Procedure of the Conference. And 49 members, including Senegal and Seychelles, have submitted communications as specified in subparagraph 4B and 4C of the report of the Credentials Committee. This concludes my report. Let me take this opportunity to thank the members of the committee for their assistance and for the confidence they placed in me as the chair of the committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا لكم سيدتي على هذا التقرير. وأود بهذه المناسبة أن أشكر أعضاء لجنة وثائق التفويض ولا سيما رئيستها على الاطلاع بعملهم بهذه الطريقة الفعالة وفي الوقت المناسب. هل هناك أي تعليقات على هذا التقرير؟ فلسطين، تفضل.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. يود وفد بلادي أن يسجل تحفظه على وثائق اعتماد الوفد الإسرائيلي والصادرة بالقدس المحتلة، وذلك لأن إسرائيل قامت بضم القدس بشكل مخالف لقرارات الأمم المتحدة بما فيها قرارات من مجلس الأمن والجمعية العامة. أرجو من السيد الرئيس أن يضاف تحفظنا هذا إلى محاضر مداولات المؤتمر. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
شكرا لسعادة سفير دولة فلسطين على هذه التعليقات التي ستجد على النحو الواجب في التسجيلات الرقمية وفي حاشية مناظرة في تقرير المؤتمر. أعطي الكلمة الآن للأردن. تفضل سعادة سفيرة الأردن.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. نود أيضا أن نؤيد ما جاء في مداخلة سفير فلسطين، ونسجل تحفظنا أيضا على أوراق اعتماد دولة إسرائيل لمخالفتها للقانون الدولي. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
شكرا لسعادة سفيرة الأردن على هذا التعليق الذي ستسجل عن النحو الواجب في التسجيلات الرقمية وفي حاشية مناظرة في تقرير المؤتمر. هل هناك تعليق آخر؟ إيران، تفضل.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to deliver an explanation of position on the report of the Credential Committee. My delegation would like to put on record that taking note of the report of the Credential Committee constitutes by no means and under any circumstances the recognition of the regime of Israel. I request that my delegation's reservation on this agenda item be duly recorded in the official report of Credential Committee and the General Conference. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا لكم على هذه التعليقات، والكلمة الآن للجزائر.
صباح الخير سيد الرئيس. أخذ الكلمة لأؤيد ما تقدم به سعادة سفير فلسطين بخصوص أوراق اعتماد إسرائيل في هذه الجلسة ولمخالفتها للقوانين. شكرا.
هل من تعليق آخر؟ لا. سوريا، تفضل.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. وفد الجمهورية العربية السورية يعلن عن تأييده لبيان سعادة سفير دولة فلسطين المحترم. شكرا.
شكرا. Cuba.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Solo quería dejar constancia de que mi delegación envió la copia escaneada de sus credenciales el día 30 de noviembre y quisiera que esto estuviera incluido también en el comité de credenciales. Muchas gracias.
شكرا. لبنان.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. باختصار يود وفد بلادي أن ينضم إلى الملاحظات التي أعطيت من قبل عدد من البعثات حول وثائق تفويض وفد إسرائيل باعتباره مخالفا للقانون الدولي وقرارات الشرعية الدولية. شكرا.
شكرا. Togo.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Juste pour rappeler que la délégation togolaise a envoyé son plein pouvoir depuis le 8 novembre. Merci beaucoup.
Shukran. Costa Rica.
Buenos días, señor presidente. Nada más para indicar que esta mañana hemos recibido las originales de las credenciales, de manera que agradecería a la Secretaría que tome nota, que estaríamos pasando del Grupo B al Grupo A. Gracias.
شكرا. ليس هناك أي تعليق آخر في القاعة. ليس هناك أي تعليق. أشكر كل المتداخلين على هذه التعليقات التي ستسجل على النحو الواجب في التسجيلات الرقمية وفي حاشية مناظرة في تقرير المؤتمر. العراق.
شكرا سيد الرئيس، وأسف للتأخير على البند الخاص بأوراق التفويض. يؤيد وفد بلادي ما تفضل به سفير دولة فلسطين، وشكرا سعادة السفير، سعادة الرئيس.
مصر. إيجيبت. مصر.
شكرا سعادة الرئيس. أود أن أضم أيضا صوت مصر لما تفضل به السيد سفير فلسطين. شكرا.
تونس.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. أود أن أضم صوتي إلى ما جاء في الكلمة المتعلقة بسعادة سفير فلسطين. شكرا.
شكرا. جمهورية الدومينيك. تفضل.
Gracias, señor presidente. Queremos dejar constancia que República Dominicana tramitó de manera digital las originales de los documentos de las credenciales, y estamos a la espera que puede llegar entre hoy y mañana de los originales. Nosotros tramitamos todo el documento por internet. Muchas gracias.
شكرا. عمان.
شكرا سعادة الرئيس. يضم وفد بلادي صوته كذلك إلى البيان الذي قدمه سعادة السفير من فلسطين. شكرا.
هل هناك تعليقات أخرى؟ ليس هناك تعليقات أخرى. أشكر جميع المتداخلين على تعليقاتهم التي ستجسد على النحو الواجب في التسجيلات الرقمية وفي حاشية مناظرة في تقرير المؤتمر. ولننظر الآن في البند الفرعي 11 د تعيين مراجع حسابات خارجي. يقضي البند 11 مطة 1 من النظام المالي بتعيين مراجع حسابات خارجي يكون مرجعا عاما للحسابات أو موظفا يؤدي وظيفة مماثلة في إحدى الدول الأعضاء بالطريقة وللفترة اللتين يقررهما المؤتمر. وكان المؤتمر العام قد قرر في مقرره ميم عين 18 على ميم مطة 7 تعيين المراجع العام للحسابات في الاتحاد الروسي مراجعا خارجيا لحسابات اليونيدو لمدة 2 سنين من 1 تموز جويلية 2020 إلى 30 حزيران جوان 2022. ولذلك سيتعين على المؤتمر أن يتخذ إجراء بشأن مسألة تعيين مراجع حسابات خارجي للفترة من 1 تموز 2022 إلى 30 حزيران 2024. ومعروض على المؤتمر وثيقة GC.19-22/add.1 على المرشحين لتعيين مراجع حسابات خارجي. وهناك 3 ترشيحات معروضة على المؤتمر وهي كالآتي: السيد أغونغ فيرمان سامبورنا رئيس مجلس مراجعة الحسابات في أندونيسيا. السيد أليكسي كيردريم رئيس غرفة المحاسبة في الاتحاد السوفيتي الروسي. السيد ميتين ينار رئيس ديوان المحاسبة في تركيا. وبما أن عدد المرشحين أكبر من عدد الوظائف المتاحة فالتصويت ضروري للتوصل إلى قرار، وبالتالي ووفقا للمادة 100 من النظام الداخلي للمؤتمر العام ينبغي أن يتبع ذلك اقتراع سري. وتنص المادة 101 على انتخاب المرشح الذي يحصل على أغلبية الأصوات المدلى بها وأكبر عدد من الأصوات. وإذا لم تكن هناك اعتراضات على إجراء التصويت فلنمضي قدما في الاقتراع. هل هناك اعتراض؟ ليس هناك اعتراض. ووفقا للمادة 2/5 من الدستور والمادة 91 من النظام الداخلي للمؤتمر العام قد يتأخر بعض الأعضاء في دفع اشتراكاتهم المالية للمنظمة إلى درجة أنهم يفقدون حقوقهم في التصويت. وبالنسبة للدورة الحالية فقد 38 من الأعضاء حقوقهم في التصويت. وفي هذا السياق اسمحوا لي أن أوجه انتباهكم إلى مشروع مقرر قدمه إلي رئيس اللجنة الرئيسية يطلع فيه المؤتمر على طلب استعادة الجمهورية الدومينيكية لحقوق التصويت. وقرر مجلس التنمية الصناعية في مقرره IDB.49/December.6 استعادة الجمهورية الدومينيكية حقوقها في التصويت وفقا للمادة 2/5 من دستور اليونيدو. كما أوصى المجلس المؤتمر العام أيضا بأن ينظر بإيجابية في استعادة الجمهورية الدومينيكية حقوق التصويت في جميع أجهزة تقرير السياسات التابعة لليونيدو ووفقا للمادة 2/5 من الدستور. وقد نظرت المشاورات غير الرسمية السابقة للدورة التي عقدت في تشرين 2 نوفمبر من هذا العام في مشروع المقرر هذا. وبعد أن نظرت اللجنة الرئيسية بشكل إيجابي في هذا الطلب وأوصت المؤتمر بالموافقة عليه، هل لي أن أعتبر أن المؤتمر يقرر استعادة حقوق التصويت لجمهورية الدومينيك في جميع أجهزة تقرير السياسات التابعة لليونيدو وفقا للمادة 2/5 من الدستور؟ هل هناك أي اعتراضات على اعتماد مشروع المقرر هذا؟ ليس هناك أي اعتراضات. حسب ما أرى يعتمد مشروع هذا المقرر. وقبل الشروع في التصويت على المرشحين لمنصب مراجع الحسابات الخارجي أود أن أذكر بالمادة 73 التي تتعلق بالنصاب القانوني والتي تنص على أنه يلزم حضور أغلبية قوامها ثلثي ممثلي الأعضاء المشتركين في الدورة الجارية للمؤتمر لاتخاذ أي قرار. ومن المفهوم بطبيعة الحال أنه لن يكون هناك تصويت اليوم في حال عدم توفر النصاب القانوني، والتي من خلالها يتم احتساب كل الوافدين بشكل شخصي وكذلك افتراضيا. وقد أكدت الأمانة العامة أن لدينا النصاب القانوني، وبالتالي سنمضي قدما في التصويت. وتتناول الفقرة 1 من التذييل باء المرفق بالنظام الداخلي للمؤتمر موضوع فارزي الأصوات لغرض إجراء تصويت بالاقتراع السري، وبناء عليه سيعين 3 فارزين للأصوات من بين وفود الدول الأعضاء الحاضرة. وتماشيا مع الممارسة المتبعة سابقا، رأى المكتب أنه من المناسب أن يكون هناك فارز أصوات واحد من مجموعة 77 زائد الصين، وآخر من الدول المدرجة في القائمة باء، وآخر من القائمة دل. وبما أنه لم يرد أي ترشيح من القائمة دل، فبدلا من ذلك تقدمت الدول الآسيوية المدرجة في القائمة آ بفارز أصوات. وفي هذا الصدد وردت الترشيحات التالية: مجموعة 77 السيد بيلو دوغان داجي هاليرو، وزير ببعثة دائمة لنيجيريا. القائمة ألف السيد كاريتا ويرا سينخ، مستشار بالبعثة الدائمة لسريلانكا. القائمة باء السيدة فيليسيا باستينير من البعثة الدائمة للنمسا. هل هناك أي اعتراضات على هذه الترشيحات؟ ليس هناك أي اعتراضات حسب ما أرى، لذا أطلب من فارزي الأصوات أن يتقدموا ويأخذوا مكانهم أمام المنصة.
Nigerian gentleman? It's the first one, actually. Together. They come here, they come here.
Thank you very much for accepting this mission.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And this is for the gentleman.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
أود أن ألفت انتباهكم إلى الوثيقة المؤلفة من صفحة واحدة التي وضعت على مقاعدكم، والتي تعرض الخطوات التي ستتبع في التصويت. وستقدم لكم بعد قليل أوراق الاقتراع والظروف الأختام، وأوراق الاقتراع فارغة. والمطلوب من كل عضو هو أن يكتب الاسم العائلي لمرشح واحد فقط من المرشحين. أكرر: مرشح واحد فقط على ورقة الاقتراع. ثم يجب إدخال ورقة الاقتراع في الظرف الذي يجب أن يكون مختوما باستخدام الملصق الذي سيعطى لكم. وسيدعى ممثل الأعضاء واحدا تلو الآخر إلى المنصة، وسيطلب منكم تقديم أنفسكم لفارز الأصوات باستخدام إشارات المؤتمر الخاصة بكم، ووضع الظرف المختوم الخاص بكم في صندوق الاقتراع. ورغم أنه يمكن استخدام أي من مجموعة الحروف الهجائية التابعة للغات الرسمية للمنظمة عند تسجيل التصويت، يرجى التكرم باستخدام الحروف الهجائية اللاتينية قدر الإمكان من أجل تيسير عمل فارزي الأصوات. وأود أيضا أن أذكر بالفقرتين 12 و 13 من التذييل باء المرفق بالنظام الداخلي، اللتان تعتبر بموجبهما ورقة الاقتراع غير صحيحة. أولا إذا اختير أكثر من اسم واحد. ثانيا إذا ظهرت هوية الناخب أو توقيعه على الورقة. ثالثا إذا لم يعطي رد واضح. رابعا إذا لم يكن الظرف يحتوي على أي ورقة اقتراع أو كان يحتوي على أكثر من ورقة اقتراع واحدة. وستعتبر أي ورقة اقتراع فارغة ترد بمثابة امتناع عن التصويت تماشيا مع النظام الداخلي. وإذا ارتكب أحدكم خطأ في كتابة الاسم العائلي لمرشحه المفضل على ورقة الاقتراع وكان يرغب في الحصول على ورقة جديدة، أطلب منه رفع يده. وستوفر له خدمات المؤتمر وأحد فارزي الأصوات ورقة اقتراع فارغة بدل ورقة الاقتراع التي كتب عليها بالخطأ. ثم يقوم فارز الأصوات بتمزيق ورقة الاقتراع هذه. وإذا كان أحدكم بحاجة إلى قلم أو ملصق آخر يرجى منه رفع يده أيضا. هل لي أن أطلب من موظف المؤتمر توزيع أوراق الاقتراع والظروف والأختام على الأعضاء الذي يحق لهم التصويت؟ الأردن، تفضل.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. لسهولة كتابة الأسماء وبشكل صحيح، أعتقد من الأفضل لو كان هنالك مجال لوضع الأسماء أمامنا بطريقة ما لنتمكن من كتابتها بالطريق الصحيح لكتابة الأسماء. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
No, here.
Yeah.
We can.
We will put the names here.
شكرا سعادة السفيرة. سيقع عرض الأسماء العائلية للمرشحين على الشاشة. Belarus, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You just said that we can use any of official language out of 6 of the conference to express our will of one of the candidate. And in the papers that we see in our tables, it mentions that we can use only Latin alphabet, Latin characters to use the name. Does it mean that we can use only, then you could all languages, that only use languages that has Latin characters in its language? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question, but we will request a response from the legal advisor. Thank you. Legal advisor, please, can you take the floor?
Thank you, Mr. President. As I understood it, the question of the distinguished...
It works.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I understood the question of the distinguished delegate of Belarus, the question was whether he wanted to write the name, the last name of the candidates in a different language or the names of the respective countries.
Not the names, but in the papers mentioned that we can use only Latin characters. We have 6 languages of the conference, and some of them do not use Latin characters. Arab, Russian language, particularly use Cyrillic or some different writing. Thank you.
This is a point of order that should be decided now by the plenary. I think by simple majority of members present and voting, they should decide which way we should basically adopt. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate, for your question. As I said in the beginning, using the Latin, it's only a recommendation from the presidents of the conference. Then it is up to you to use the language that you wish. You are free. Thank you very much. أفهم أن الأعضاء قد حصلوا الآن على ورقة اقتراع واحدة وظرف واحد ومجموعة من الأختام، وكما ترون تظهر على الشاشة الأسماء العائلية للمرشحين لمنصب مراجع الحسابات الخارجية. وعليه وفقا للمادة 100 تجرى جميع الانتخابات بالاقتراع السري، وسيجرى الاقتراع السري وفقا للعملية المقدمة في التذييل باء المرفق بالنظام الداخلي للمؤتمر. وسيدعو الأمين التنفيذي للمؤتمر أعضاء اليونيدو المؤهلين للتصويت حسب الترتيب الهجائي باللغة الإنجليزية، ابتداء بالعضو الجالس في أقصى الجهة اليمنى من الصف الأمامي في غرفة الاجتماع حسب ما يراه الجالس في المنصة الذي سحب اسمه في القرعة. وفي التشكيلة الحالية للجلوس سنبدأ بالمملكة العربية السعودية. I don't have. سنبدأ الآن عملية الاقتراع. هل يمكن من السيد المراقب أن يتثبت من أن قد فرغت؟ هل يمكن لفارزي الأصوات التحقق من أن صندوق الاقتراع فارغ؟ أدعو الدول الأعضاء المؤهلة إلى كتابة الاسم العائلي لمرشح واحد على ورقة الاقتراع وإدخال ورقة الاقتراع في الظرف وختمها، وتعرض الأسماء المترشحين على الشاشة.
Mr. President, the tellers satisfied themselves that the box was empty before Saudi Arabia.
Okay. يقرأ الأمين التنفيذي الآن أسماء الدول الأعضاء المؤهلة للتصويت ويتوجهون إلى صناديق الاقتراع ويدخلون ظروفهم المختومة التي تحتوي على أوراق الاقتراع الخاصة بهم. يتحقق فارز الأصوات من هوية كل شخص يدلى بصوته. أريد أن أشير إلى أنه وفقا للمادة 95 لا يجوز قطع التصويت قبل إعلان النتيجة إلا لإثارة نقطة نظامية تتعلق بسير عملية التصويت. سيبدأ التصويت الآن. أطلب من الأمين التنفيذي دعوة الأعضاء المؤهلين للتصويت.
Excellency, thank you very much. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'd just like to verify once again the tellers that the identity of the distinguished delegate from Saudi Arabia has been verified before he has been placing his ballot in the ballot box. Okay, I see that's the case. Then I will continue with the list. Next on my list is Senegal. Please come forward, Excellency. Senegal? Okay, no. Serbia, please. Seychelles. Slovenia. South Africa. Spain. Sri Lanka. State of Palestine. Sudan. Sweden. Switzerland. Syrian Arab Republic. Tajikistan. Thailand. Timor-Leste. Togo. Tonga. Trinidad Tobago. Tunisia. Turkey, Turkmenistan, Ukraine, United Arab Emirates, United Arab Emirates, United Republic of Tanzania, Uruguay, Vanuatu, Vietnam, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Afghanistan, Albania, Algeria, Angola, Antigua Barbuda, Argentina, Armenia, Austria, Azerbaijan, Bahamas, Bahrain, Bangladesh, Barbados, Belarus, Benin, Bhutan, Bolivia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Botswana, Brazil, Bulgaria, Burkina Faso, Cabo Verde, Cambodia, Chile, China, Colombia, Costa Rica, Côte d'Ivoire, Croatia, Cuba, Cyprus, Czechia, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Djibouti, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Egypt, Eritrea, Eswatini, Ethiopia, Fiji, Finland, Gambia, Germany, Guatemala, Guyana, Haiti, Hungary, India, Indonesia, Iran, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Japan, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Kenya, Kiribati, Kuwait, Kyrgyzstan, Lao People's Democratic Republic, Lebanon, Liberia, Luxembourg, Madagascar, Malaysia, Mali, Malta, Marshall Islands, Mauritania, Mauritius, Mexico, Federated States of Micronesia, Monaco, Mongolia, Montenegro, Morocco, Mozambique, Myanmar, Namibia, Nepal, Netherlands, Nicaragua, Nigeria, Norway, Oman, Pakistan, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, Philippines, Poland, Qatar, Republic of Korea, Republic of Moldova, Romania, Russian Federation, Rwanda, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, Samoa. The list is closed, Excellency.
أعلن الآن إقفال باب الاقتراع، وأدعو فارز الأصوات من مجموعة 77 قراءة من قائمة الأسماء الموجودة لديه أسماء الدول الأعضاء التي لم تضع أوراق الاقتراع الخاصة بها في صندوق الاقتراع. كما أدعو موظفي المؤتمرات أيضا لجمع أوراق الاقتراع والظروف من مناضد الوفود التي لم تصوت ويسلمونها إلى فارز الأصوات التي يؤشر على تلك الأوراق بكلمة غائب. الرجاء من الزملاء الأفاضل أن يبقوا في مكانهم حتى نتمكن من التثبت من الفرز.
If you tell him we have the list of the ones who didn't vote.
Mr. President, the tellers do have the list of the delegates that didn't vote. And I'll read them as Albania, Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, Bahrain, Barbados, Benin, Bhutan, Botswana, Cabo Verde, Djibouti, Eritrea, Eswatini, Ethiopia, Fiji, Gambia, Guyana, Haiti, close to them. Sorry, Kiribati, Liberia, Madagascar, Mali, Marshall Islands, Mauritania, Mauritius, Micronesia, Federal States of Monaco, Mozambique, Nigeria, Rwanda, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, Samoa, Senegal, Seychelles, Switzerland, Tonga, Trinidad and Tobago, Turkmenistan, United Republic of Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, making a total of and Tajikistan, thank you, making a total of 41. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا. والآن أطلب من القائمين على فرز الأصوات التحقق من عدد الظروف وإبلاغي بعدد تلك الموجودة في صندوق الاقتراع وعدد الظروف التي جمعت من مناضد الوفود. UNIDO. والآن أطلب من القائمين على فرز الأصوات التحقق من عدد الظروف وإبلاغي بعدد تلك الموجودة في صندوق الاقتراع وعدد الظروف التي جمعت من مناضد الوفود. أدعو الآن فارزي الأصوات بمساعدة المستشار القانوني واثنين من الأمناء التابعين للأمانة والقائمين على التسجيل إلى التوجه إلى القاعة MOE 79 وفرز نتائج التصويت. وفي غضون ذلك أطلب من المندوبين والزملاء الأفاضل أن يظلوا جالسين من أجل الحفاظ على النصاب القانوني في القاعة حتى نهاية التصويت. شكراً. أعلن الآن نتائج التصويت. The results of the first ballot of the first series are as follows. 133 members were entitled to vote. 43 members were absent. The candidates secured the number of votes as follows. Mr. Alexis Koudrin received 48 votes. Mr. Sampurna received 26 votes. Mr. Yenner received 15 votes. There were 1 invalid votes. There were no abstentions. The number of votes constituting the required majority being 45, Mr. Koudrin from Russia is declared elected. Congratulations. لقد انتهينا الآن من عملية التصويت وانتخبنا السيد أليكسي كودرن من روسيا لمنصب مراجع الحسابات الخارجي لليونيدو. باسم المؤتمر أود أن أتقدم بتهاني الحارة للسيد كودرن من روسيا، متمنيا له كل التوفيق في عمله كمراجع حسابات خارجي، وأنا واثق بأن الدول الأعضاء ستكون متعاونة معه حتى ينجز عمله على أحسن الوجوه في هذا المنصب. هل لي أن أطلب من فارزي الأصوات تمزيق أوراق الاقتراع الخاصة بهذا الاقتراع؟ وأعطي الكلمة الآن لسعادة سفير تركيا، فليتفضل.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I won't be long. I simply wanted to extend our sincere thanks to those UNIDO members for supporting the Turkish Court of Accounts and Mr. Metin Yener for the post of external auditor. And I also would like to thank my Turkish Court of Accounts for being candidate to this post, which should be considered as a sign of Turkey's support and commitment to the work of the UNIDO. And I wholeheartedly congratulate Mr. Kudrin and the Russian Federation on their election, and I wish him success. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفير. وأعطي الكلمة الآن لممثل روسيا، فليتفضل.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель. Разрешите мне от имени Российской Федерации выразить глубокую признательность всем тем государствам-членам ЮНИДО, кто посчитал возможным поддержать кандидатуру Леонида Кудрина на пост внешнего аудитора ЮНИДО. Счетная палата за прошедшие 2 года, когда она вела и была счетным аудитором ЮНИДО, проявила себя с самой положительной стороны, неоднократно докладывала о своих результатах государственным-членам организации. И мы надеемся, что и в дальнейшем ее работа будет способствовать повышению эффективности и повышению бюджетной дисциплины нашей организации, в успехе которой заинтересованы все государства-члены. Хотелось бы также поблагодарить и Счетную палату Турции и Индонезии за то, что они выставили свои кандидатуры, и действительно это были достойные кандидатуры, и в процессе соревновательности государства-члены отдали предпочтение нашей кандидатуре. Но это ни в коем случае не умаляет достоинств, соответственно, Счетной палаты Турции и Индонезии. Еще раз хотел бы поблагодарить всех государств-членов за оказание высокого доверия и выборы Леонида Кудрина в качестве внешнего аудитора ЮНИДО. Благодарю вас за внимание, господин председатель.
شكرا. أعطي الكلمة الآن لأندونيسيا، فلتتفضل.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would like to congratulate Russia as the newly appointed external auditor to UNIDO. We wish them the best in carrying out this task We would also like to thank Secretariat for managing the smooth candidacy process and for the opportunity to offer our candidacy. Thank you very much.
شكرا. إذا لم يكن هناك متكلمون آخرون انتهينا الآن من النظر في البند الفرعي 11 داء. وقبل أن أختم الجلسة أود أن أذكركم بأننا سنعقد فعالية مواضيعية عن إحياء السياسات الصناعية من الساعة 51 إلى الساعة 52 في هذه القاعة، ونستأنف المناقشة العامة في الساعة 3 بعد الظهر. رفعت الجلسة.
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon. Excellencies, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the thematic session of Revival of Industrial Policy, Prospect for Establishing a Global Industrial Policy Forum for Multilateral Policy Learning and Knowledge Sharing. Our topic today is industrial policy, and we will try to bring perspectives from both developing and industrialized countries together. Not only that, we will also bring recent thinking and practical experiences on industrial policy from government, academia, and development practice together. Please note that today's event is part of the efforts that UNIDO is undertaking to strengthen the knowledge base towards the achievements of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We will address two blocks of questions. In the first, we will discuss the contribution of industrial policy in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and the importance of building an industrial policy capacity among policymakers for resilience in industrial development. In the second block, the convening of a multilateral forum of innovative approaches to industrial policy. Good afternoon, my name is Selma Prodanovic, and I will be your host today. I'm a passionate entrepreneur and angel investor and the Vice President of the European Business Angel Network. But without much ado, allow me to introduce today's distinguished panelists. Please forgive me for not reading their bios, but you can read their vast experience on the website, on the webpage of this event. And let me get started with Ms. Izumi Ono, the Director of National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies, Japan. Ms. Bibi Fatma Abdul Rahman Ahmed, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperatives, Mauritius. Mr. Rainer Engels, Head, Sectoral Program Sustainable Economic Policy and Private Sector Development, Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, GIZ, Germany. And let me kick off this wonderful first part of the panel, talking first to Ms. Ono and asking Professor Ono, how do you see industrial policy contributing to attaining the SDGs? What is the main role of industrial policy in this regard? And do you think the SDGs can be achieved without industrial policy? Ms. Ono, the stage is yours. You are muted. Can that be? We cannot hear you. So we still cannot hear you, Ms. Ono. Are you unmuted? Yes? Do we have a technical issue? Yes, we have a technical issue? Okay. So we will try, while they are trying to resolve this issue, I'm very sorry for this, but this is what happens. We will try to move to Ms. Ahmed and while they're resolving the issue. And Ms. Ahmed, I hope you are online. Yes, you are. And you are coming from a country representing a well-documented development success, in which I believe industrial policy has played a significant role. Perhaps you can tell us 3 areas where policy has made a difference and in what way. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Selma. Warm greetings from Mauritius to all of you.
Thank you.
So before addressing the specific areas where industrial policy has made a difference, I would like first of all to give you an outline of the trajectory of our 50 years of industrialization. This journey dates as far back as the late 60s with the adoption of an import substitution strategy and supported by an export-oriented strategy in the early 1970s. The manufacturing sector was then predominantly focused on the production of textile and clothing products. Between 1987 and 1993, the government adopted a two-pronged policy of consolidation of the textile sector and diversification of industrial base. The following period, 2006-2009, was marked by a series.
I'm sorry. Again, there is a. We hear more sound than needed. I'm sorry. Please, Ms. Ahmed, continue. I apologize.
No, it's okay. So that period was marked by a series of bold policies to further encourage manufacturing activities through the reduction of tariffs and improving the business environment. Thereafter, the main policy directions were geared towards the consolidation, modernization, expansion, and diversification of the industry sector. Since then, the focus has been on the promotion of higher value products, such as medical devices, precision engineering, high-end jewelry, to be able to carve up niches in the upper segments of the global marketplace. The manufacturing sector has become one of the most important pillars of the Mauritian economy. It contributes some 12.1% to gross value added and about 17% of the total labor workforce. When Mauritius acceded to independence in 1968, it was predicted that the prospect of Mauritius to experience any industrial development looked at that time extremely lean. This was based on the fact that Mauritius was a monocrop economy and was a very exiguous market. However, we have reversed this prediction and have developed a vibrant manufacturing sector. This remarkable achievement is the result of well-defined industrial policies and strategies adopted at the right time. Now, I would like to come to the three areas of intervention where, for us, policy has made a difference. It was in the unemployment rate prevailing in the 1970s, the chronic deficit in the balance of payments owing to an excess of imports over imports, the poor level of technology uptake. So, regarding our unique employment creation model, in the 1970s, Mauritius was really experiencing a soaring unemployment rate, and the population was relying heavily on agricultural activities. We came up with an import substitution strategy coupled with an export-oriented strategy by enacting legislation, the Export Processing Zone Act of 1970, and the adoption of this policy triggered considerable permutations in the manufacturing landscape. Indeed, the EPZ Act encouraged the setting up of many textile and clothing enterprises, primarily owned by Hong Kong investors and some from Mauritius as well. This became a landmark achievement in the industrial development history of Mauritius. As many textile and clothing enterprises proliferated all across the island, labor-intensive job opportunities were created, mopping up to a great extent the prevailing unemployment crisis, and also alleviating gender equality. More women joined the labor market. This impressive success of the textile sector brought about another change in the Mauritian manufacturing sector. The EPZ sector started to experience an acute shortage of skilled labor. In the ensuing years, the dearth of labor was compensated by the importation of foreign labor, mainly from China and India. Presently, the employment of expatriates represents some 44% of the total employment of the EPZ sector. Nowadays, in order to address the skills shortage. Our new industrial policy is guided by the imperative to embark on capital-intensive and high-value-added activities. As for my second point, the various industrial policy trails adopted by Mauritius is the healing of the chronic balance of payment deficit that was marring the economic prosperity of the country. The import substitution strategy, as I mentioned, inspires local investors to engage in local production to replace imported products with locally made ones. The import substitution strategy impacted positively on our balance of payment concern as fewer products were imported. However, owing to the exiguity of the local market, the import substitution strategy had its limits. In 1970, it was supplemented by the EPZ Act, encouraging investors to export their products. This export strategy met with resounding success, as it not only enabled enterprises to enjoy the benefits of economies of scale, but it enabled the manufacturing sector to emerge as an important earner of foreign exchange for the country. The foreign exchange earned also helped the country to pay for its imports and ease the pressure on our balance of payment. Coming to the third contribution of the different industrial policies, it has been in the area of technology adoption. Our import substitution strategy enabled many domestic-oriented enterprises in the food and beverages sector to grow, master their technology, and emerge as competitive regional players. Many domestic-oriented enterprises are now manufacturing high-quality products grouped under the Made in Maurice label, that is, Made in Mauritius. The case of textile and clothing is more striking. In the 1970s, the new EPZ Act attracted many Hong Kong operators. These operators brought in the technology of making garments relating to stitching, pressing, and finishing. Gradually, they introduced the technology for cotton knitting and dyeing. Many Mauritian operators learned this technology and perpetuated the activities relating to textile and clothing manufacturing. Subsequently, the Mauritian operators introduced the technology related to spinning and weaving. As of now, Mauritius can boast itself of having some of the largest spinning and weaving plants in sub-Saharan Africa and producing garments for most of the international brands. The policy of welcoming foreign investors has also been fruitful in diversifying our industrial base, more specifically in the medical devices, pharmaceutical, precision engineering, high-end jewelry sector. These policies have enabled Mauritius to diversify its technology base and allowed our labor force to become versatile. So that's from me, Selma.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ms. Ahmed. Thank you for also really pointing out the three examples in 3 areas. I hope now that we will be able to go back to Ms. Ono.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Wonderful, okay. Yes. I apologize for these issues, but I'm more than happy to have you now with us and repeating the question, how is the industrial policy contributing to attaining the SDGs? And what is the main role of industrial policy in this regard? The floor is yours, Ms. Ono.
Thank you very much, Selma, for kind introduction. So I believe industrial policy covering both horizontal and vertical policy measures is essential to achieve SDG. And this point is even more vital in the context of building forward better in a post-pandemic world. The theme today is a revival of industrial policy, but since I am a proponent of industrial policy for long, so I rather argue it is a rise of industrial policy with broader and deeper impacts rather than just a revival. So let me share with you maybe 5 reasons why industrial policy is important, and also without it, SDGs cannot be achieved. First is, just Ahmed mentioned that by propelling industrialization or domestic industrial production with manufacturing as a core, industrial policy directly contributes to the goal 9, that is inclusive and sustainable industrialization and foster innovation, and also that consequently leads to the goal 8, that is productive job creation and decent work and growth. And industrial policy, if it is properly formulated and also implemented, that will contribute to income generation and also job creation, and also in the long run, drive transformative changes through value creation and also productivity enhancement. And to this end, I think firm capability building and also investment in human capability is so important. And particularly for developing countries, I think those countries face the underdeveloped market, not just market failure. So it is very important for the government to set a vision and prioritization, and with concrete target, with good understanding of the reality of the private sector through dialogue with them, and then facilitating technology transfer. I think Mauritius is a wonderful example in this regard. The second reason is that the industrial policy, by driving industrialization, has multiplier effects to achieve the other socio-economic goals, such as poverty reduction, that is goal 1, female employment with better working conditions, and reduce inequality, goal 10. I think these can be achieved and also sustained only when productive jobs and income are generated. And also it is contribute to the agricultural productivity and food security, and also health and nutrition by providing agricultural equipment, fertilizer, and also maybe vaccine and drug production medical devices. And also I already talked about the importance of quality of education skill development if industrial policy can properly address those demands for that skill and education. The third aspect is that the industrial policy can steer green industrialization and thus contribute to the achievement of environmental goal of SDG, such as clean water and energy, and responsible consumption and production, and climate action. I think these points have been already emphasized yesterday exactly by Professor Jeffrey Sachs at the Industrial Development Report 2022 launch. He was very much eloquently, convincingly talked about this. And it should be noted that electricity and industry account for together I think about 50% of greenhouse gas emission. So it is so important to think about give a proper incentive for firms to adopt resource efficient technology to reduce those emissions, and also promote sustainable water and energy management. And then fourth, importantly, I think now the objective of industrial policy has become broader with deeper impacts on society and economies with the progress of digital transformation and also servicification. I recall that the professor, Danny Roderick, talked about that I think industrial policy should contribute to the societal goals that lead to sustainability and responsible globalization. In this sense, I think that in Japan, the government and also business sector like Keidanren, Business Federation, embrace a concept of Society 5.0, which aim at creative, the value creative society towards solving societal problems like aging issues, environmental issues, and maybe disaster mitigation, etc., with the power of innovation technologies. And this is fully in line with the NCG. But at the same time, I think manufacturing can play an important role together with linked with service sector and also technological innovation. And finally, I would like to say that industrialization generates growth and contribute to the increased fiscal revenue, which are essential to generate income for the society and investment as the country is needed. And moreover, the faced with COVID crisis, I think many governments are spending massive money for recovery, and we must make sure this will surely help realize inclusive society, green recovery, and structural transformation, particularly in developing countries. So for all those reasons, I really argue that the industrial policy is so essential in achieving SDG to make the economy competitive and also steering economy inclusive and sustainable. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ono. Clearly, thank you very much for these responses. Obviously clear that the importance of the industrial policy for development, especially for the key role it plays for attaining the SDGs, and it does demonstrate the important space that UNIDO occupies within the UN system and the 2030 agenda. And with a related question, moving also to Mr. Engels, I know you are very much behind some of the most successful responses to capacity development needs in developing countries, including the long-lasting and successful GIZ-UNIDO cooperation on industrial policy. For example, together GIZ and UNIDO have crafted a policy toolkit called UKIP, that directly speaks to training of policymakers. Could you please tell us more about EQUIP, what it is and what it contains?
Thank you, Selma. Dear Excellencies, dear participants, it's a pleasure to be participating in this panel discussion. And yes, this is a success story in two respects. It shows how multilateral and bilateral agencies can join their respective expertise and specific features to support countries. At the same time, the toolbox enhancing the quality of industrial policies, which is the long name for EQUIP, provides much needed and requested support that comes at the right time. Let me explain why. There is a renaissance of industrial policy ongoing in economic science, and there are several reasons behind it. First, industries look much different and more complex than 2 decades ago. Production processes have been digitally optimized. The sectors of manufacturing and services are no longer separated from each other. Services are a major part of products. Take smartphones as example, where thousands of services are offered by a small piece of kit. And the wealth of the smartphone is mainly composed of intellectual products. Second, the economy is increasingly asked to contribute to social and ecological tasks, as has been discussed before already, which cannot be tackled by a simple growth strategy. Climate change requires a decoupling of production from CO2 emissions, poverty alleviation requires a fair distribution of wealth, and markets alone don't solve these challenges. Third, for national economies to stay or get competitive, it is important to have a high-quality economic base and to be innovative. The necessary infrastructure is expensive and needs government support. However, to be successful, industrial policy needs to be evidence-based, private sector-oriented.
We are losing you. I would kindly ask you to repeat, Mr. Engels. If you can just repeat
from...
from...
Evidence-based is crucial because there is no one-size-fits-all solution for industrial policy. Every country has its specific characteristics concerning the competitiveness of sectors, whether products are for local markets or exports, the skill set and
we do have some technical difficulties.
The availability of energy and raw materials, the bandwidth of the internet, the vulnerability of the disaster.
Mr. Engels, we do have some technical issues with the internet. The connection is not so good, and we are losing you. While you are speaking, we are losing you partially.
To name a few. For developing an industrial policy. Private sector Orientation is also important. This concerns administration, where the ease of doing business is an example. Needs priorities of the private sector should be.
Okay, we have an issue technically. I can hardly hear. I don't know if the connection is different on the live stream. Can you tell me if the live stream is working and it's just here in the room? It's not working, okay.
Can't be here, is that right?
We have to, if you can somehow send a chat to Mr. Engels that we cannot hear him, and we will have to cut. We will continue and come back to the second part of this, his question. Allow me now, it is my honor to now announce and call to the stage the Deputy to the Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Hiroshi Kuniyoshi, to introduce the Multilateral Industrial Policy Forum and make your statement. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Selma.
Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Although many of you are joining virtually, I am pleased to welcome you all to UNIDO. The interventions from the panel so far demonstrate the revival of interest in industrial policy in both theory and practice. The underlying expectation is that industrial policy will contribute to long-term prosperity, simultaneously balancing growth, environmental and social concerns towards the achievement of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. In our work at UNIDO, we put strong emphasis on capacity building of policymakers, multi-stakeholder interactions, and evidence-based industrial policy making. Policymakers remain responsible to make strategic decisions about how best to define goals and balance priorities in ways consistent with the country's context, history, and accumulated productive capacities. At the same time, the heterogeneity of approaches to industrial policy across countries means there is a multitude of available knowledge and experience spillovers between countries, and a wide scope for mutual learning. Excellencies, distinguished fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, through our engagement with member states and other partners, we have identified an urgent need to facilitate policy dialogue and knowledge sharing on industrial policy. UNIDO's response to this demand is the proposal to establish a multilateral industrial policy forum to facilitate dialogue and knowledge sharing, and to draw from our vast field experiences to inform different aspects of industrial policy. The side event today is one of the first activities that UNIDO undertakes to engage our partners and friends in active discussions around the elements of this industrial policy forum. We have developed some ideas based on our knowledge and interpretation of the current policy discourse, and building on our many years' experience of supporting member states on different areas related to industrial policy making. A multi-stakeholder platform could facilitate identification of common industrial development priorities and areas of collaboration and synergy, while enabling the design and implementation of more effective industrial policies, thereby contributing to the well-being of countries and the world at large. Moreover, member states have a lot to share and learn from each other. For example, how did some small island development states succeed in propelling rapid industrial development while others have experienced slower industrialization? How did some middle-income countries manage to spur continuous growth while others found themselves stuck at this stage of development? Peer learning amongst member states could be a way to unlock industrial development. The field of industrial policy is in continuous development. new ideas constantly come to the fore and are successfully implemented. Policy related to digitalization and Industry 4.0 may be understood in this light. The forum could be a way to transfer this frontier type of knowledge and best practice to member states still in search of the development approach that suits their particular context and history. We should explore the best ways to transfer knowledge and experiences and to transform them into practical guidance for action. Before I end, let me take this opportunity to thank our distinguished speakers and the audience in advance for their thoughts and recommendations on how UNIDO can best progress in this initiative. We would welcome any innovative approaches to industrial policy for consideration in such a multilateral forum. We want to make sure the forum speaks to all of you and welcome all to partner with us in this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kunyoshi, the Deputy to the Director General of UNIDO. Thank you very much. In this stage, if we were in regular times, there would be a big applause now, but let's keep it virtual at this moment. And I would like to continue now and move to Ms. Ahmed, really discussing the policies. And I can see the usefulness of sharing the Mauritian strategies and policies with other SIDs, as well as learning from other successful development experiences. In your opinion, do you think that would be a useful function of an industrial policy forum? And what other functions would you suggest such a forum should have? Ms. Ahmed.
Yes, thank you, Selma, for this pertinent question. Before replying, allow me to thank the Director General of UNIDO, His Excellency, Mr. Lee Yong, for inviting me to this event. I also wish to express my appreciation to Mr. Hiroshi Kuniyoshi, Deputy Director General of UNIDO, as well as to Anders for organizing this panel discussion. Okay, so back to our question. As rightly pointed out, sharing of experiences on industrial policies and strategies fosters for me a learning curve, which is an important step in industrial development journey of every country. I have gone to the concept paper, and I believe that the setting up of a multilateral industrial policy forum is a really laudable initiative of UNIDO, particularly given the present challenges in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic and other emerging issues related to the sustainable development goals. My first argument to substantiate this observation pertains to sharing of experiences in the preparation of an evidence-based industrial policy. The ministry has successfully come up with a new industrial policy and strategic plan 2020-2025. This plan aspires to re-engineer the Mauritian manufacturing landscape based on 5 focus areas, which are the strengthening of our industrial foundations, upgrading of value chains, supporting local production, promoting regional and global exports, and fostering the adoption of smart and advanced technologies pertaining to Industry 4.0. During the preparatory phase of this strategic plan, we have gained a lot of insights which are crucial for the successful formulation of industrial policy. Let me share with you the lessons learned. The EQUIP model developed jointly by UNIDO and GIZ, Reina will be glad to hear that, was used as a basis combined with the competencies of the consultant and adapted to the local context of Mauritius. Close collaboration with the public and private sector stakeholders in the manufacturing ecosystem it is imperative to enlist the necessary buy-in and ownership of the strategic plan, particularly from our economic operators. The success of an industrial policy lies in ensuring institutional synergy and coordination with all relevant stakeholders. In this perspective, the Ministry has set up a new structure, the Industrial Policy Executive Oversight Committee, under my chair, and comprising key public and private stakeholders. This collaborative partnership is yielding positive results, with around 50% of the recommendations of the strategic plan being implemented. These ground realities are not obtained in textbooks, but acquired on the field through practical experience. This is why I believe that one of the key functions of the Multilateral Industrial Policy Forum should facilitate the exchange of these practical experiences, which cannot be gleaned from a theoretical perspective only. Bear in mind that policymaking is dynamic and should be responsive to the needs at hand. My second point refers to capacity building, which is crucial in the industrial policy formulation process. I firmly believe that the forum, through its interaction with member states, could play an important role in identifying needs for capacity building in priority areas, notably digitalization, automation, greening of industries, and in domesticating the equipped toolkit to the local context. The third function of the forum relates to technical assistance. For instance, to advise and conduct an assessment of the manufacturing sector of each member state, identify their strategic thrusts to subsequently come up with relevant project activities for technical assistance by UNIDO in collaboration with donor countries, donor agencies and countries. In this vein, the forum needs to be adequately supported by professionals and academics in the industrial policy sphere to ensure the successful rollout of project activities. With regard to the fourth function, I have noted that an organizing committee and an advisory committee will be set up to support the operations of the MIPF. UNIDO has our full support on this proposal. So these are my points, Selma. What will be the functions of the forum?
Thank you very much, Ms. Ahmed. Thank you very much. And it was great insights, really clearly set to the point, great inputs on what can be done. And I would like to go back to Mr. Engels. I hope the connection is now better. We will move forward to the second part of the question some additional ideas towards the forum. And maybe you can see countries like Germany share their experience with digitalization and Industry 4.0 with developing countries and placing an emphasis of what works and what doesn't. What is your opinion on that, Mr. Engels?
Thank you. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, thank you very much.
So sorry for the technical problems. I don't know what happened. I've rejoined 2 times now. I hope this now stays working.
Stable,
and thanks to Ms. Ahmed already mentioning their use of EQUIP, and if there is time at the end, I would like to come back to explain a little bit more about how EQUIP is working and give you some examples. But I now would like to also stick to your question.
But please, I'm sorry, please do take 2 minutes more to, unfortunately we had to cut you off and you were not able to tell us more about it. Just take 2 minutes more to continue on the first question and then move to the second question, please.
Okay, you're welcome. So I would like to start by giving you some examples on how EQUIP is working and where we have been working together with countries and with UNIDO. First example is looking at the Western Balkans, and there are 6 countries have decided to jointly apply to the EQUIP approach for the development of a monitoring and evaluation system for the industrial policy they have. So by that they would be able to track the economic, social and environmental impact of the industrial policy packages. This was supported by GIZ on behalf of the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, and the technical capacities of the 6 countries were successfully strengthened. So being quite different in their industrial base, all 6 countries have in common that they are proceeding in their accession process to the European Union, and that process comprises the development of a modern industrial policy. Second example is Cambodia, where UNIDO has organized executive briefings and following training workshops on evidence-based industrial policy making. And the government's objective was to modernize and transform the country's industrial structure from a labor-intensive to a skills-driven industrial sector by 2025. Similar to Mauritius, but in an earlier state, I would say. To achieve this ambitious vision, Cambodia needs policymakers who are capable of drafting effective industrial policies based on reliable data and sound evidence using advanced analytical methodologies. The third example is the SADC region, and in this region we have supported a strategy on regional level which has been developed in 2013 as a 50-year strategy project, and part of it is industrial policy.
Have we lost Mr. Engels again? Unfortunately, I can hear him, but I cannot see him. No connection, no connection. Okay. This is wonderful, the way it is working. Sometimes we should say that technology, we are that far that we are able to get the connection between countries, but yes, it is working. He's back. Can we continue with Mr. Engels? And I think we will now, we had the 3 examples that he showed us and mentioned, and maybe we can now move on to the second part of his question, if he's listening to me. Yes, okay, I have you back. So we had the 3 examples for the EQUIP.
I hear you, yes.
And now if we can move to the...
Yeah, the last one would be Ukraine, but can you hear me?
Yes, it is again not so good, but we can hear you. You mentioned Ukraine.
Yes, I would not go into Ukraine at the moment, but would like to come to your second question.
Yes, thank you.
So an industrial policy forum can improve exchange of experiences in many ways. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. The exchange of experience of the developed countries like Germany to...
Yeah, thanks. I'll try to proceed. So the example of Germany in the field of digitalization and especially Industry 4.0 means a production mode where the whole product life cycle is integrated in a company-wide network, the so-called Internet of Things. All tools, materials, and products are connected. The production is supervised with the support of various and numerous sensors. Research and development are optimized by virtual tools, and individualization of the production to clients' wishes is also possible. Even the integration in an overall circular economy is part of Industry 4.0. in the times of the pandemic. It also helps in optimizing the logistics by reducing the risks. The concept started in large companies, industrialized countries, and was supported right from the beginning through governments and research institutions, and business organizations and trade unions were also part of the development. In Germany, they also joined forces in the platform Industry 4.0 that organized exchange, catalyzed research, developed and introduced complex standards, ranking from interoperability of systems to cybersecurity. All industrialized countries have similar platforms that organize the national stakeholder dialogue and also the international exchange. And Germany could share its experiences with this type of institutionalized broad support to industrial policy making. Up to now, only few developing countries have such a system. Of course, Industry 4.0 is not the right approach to industrial development in all countries, at least in the short run. But there are quite a lot of, minimum requirements for such a political and economic orientation. Another example is the need of greening the industries due to climate change to reach the goal of keeping the temperature rise below 1.5 degrees. Complete decarbonization of the whole economy is necessary. And that is something which is very challenging and where a need of cooperation is there and exchange between all the stakeholders all over the world. And an industrial policy forum could help in this respect enormously. Economic development and especially industrial development also needs to take into account the quality and quantity of jobs, digitalization, urbanization, platform economies, international trade dynamics, greening of industries. All these trends are changing the world of labor significantly. So economic growth and job creation are not automatically linked. The international community has agreed to eradicate absolute poverty by 2030. Economic development plays a central role in reaching that goal. But there is no automatism. As all these examples show, an exchange on industrial development needs to be organized to cope with these and many other challenges and to make as much as possible use of opportunities that, that change offers. And such an exchange needs to integrate policy decision makers, businesses, trade unions, research, and civil society. Such a place doesn't exist up to now, and it is time to provide it. Therefore, a kind of industrial policy forum is very much needed and timely. And I would heavily support the development of such an idea.
Thank you very much, Mr. Engels, for supporting and clearly supporting the creation of such a forum. I would like now to move to Ms. Ono, and I would like you to reflect on the functions of an industrial policy forum and what would you suggest being its main functions, and also what do you think whether UNIDO should team up with other UN organizations as well as with member states in the establishment of an industrial policy forum? Could you share with us your opinions?
Okay, thank you very much, Selma. First of all, I really fully support UNIDO's proposal for convening annual multilateral industrial policy platform. And this is because very timely, especially in light of growing interest in industrial policy, in addressing post-pandemic challenges and SDG, and also increasing complexities of industrialization landscape, such as digitalization, green, global value chain reshaping, importance of resilience, as many people already mentioned. So I think particularly for developing countries, enhanced policy capability is more and more required, and particularly so as a multilateral organization with practical experience of industrial development in partner countries, I think UNIDO is properly placed to assume a lead role in this multilateral industrial policy platform in partnership with relevant organizations and donors, experts, and I think by topic. So this is what I think in generally in responding to your question. And I have some comments and what I agree and also what I want to suggest, okay, if I may. What I agree strongly is that maybe two issues. First is that it is really good that this multilateral industrial policy forum aims at policy capacity building. This is because that the critics of industrial policy in the past attacked that the weak government, the capacity to justify is not going to work, in particular in developing countries. But I believe we should aim at step-by-step, gradual step-by-step learning and enhancement of industrial policy capability, because no emerging countries today had such capacity from the beginning. As we learned from Mauritius' experience, they learned a lot from Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, other countries, Japan, also from the Meiji, Korea, China, Singapore, etc. So I think how to acquire knowledge and internalize those knowledge into their own situation through trial and error, that is very much important. And I think learning is a dynamic process, so that can be built through concrete effort. So I would like to call it the dynamic capacity development, and then there should be a space for developing countries to go through trial and error and learning by doing. So that's why I think donors should support this process. Second, why I think this is good is that this forum emphasizes an action-oriented approach with base specifics. I think already maybe Selma and Ahmed already mentioned that it is a very concrete action-oriented approach going beyond general discussion. I think because of the nature of industrial policy debate has been changing a lot, not kind of theoretical or debate, much more on the how to do it on a practical aspect. So in this case, I think we should really think about the how aspects, practical aspects of industrial policy making and implementation, which include process of how to set a goal, how to talk to the private sector, how to maybe design concrete maybe policy measure based on the learning from benchmarking countries. What you can achieve, what you can integrate, what you can modify to your country's own situation. So I think those issues are very important. And that's why I really feel like this practical maybe focus of this forum is very important. Then I just wanted to say a few words about what I would like to suggest additionally. First of all, I think it is really important to engage high-level policymakers for this forum, because that the industrial policy is broad and also that scope is broadening even more in today's context. And then I think industrial policy making requires a lot of interministerial coordination, multi-stakeholder discussion, not only business, but also various maybe NPO, etc. So I think Ministry of Industry and equivalent is very important role to play. At the same time, I think we need maybe political leadership. So I think engagement of that high-level policymaker is very much important. Another thing which I would like to suggest is that maybe importance of follow-up actions in selected countries which are really seriously committed in improving their industrial policy capabilities with high-level political commitment. In that case, maybe UNIDO or together with other partner organizations can have a more in-depth country dialogue, and then can make some maybe follow-up discussion of the comparison of other countries, that the comparative analysis, and what kind of maybe measures can be taken, what is a suitable way for the country to adapt. So those processes can be maybe installed, and then if some technical cooperation can be maybe followed up, that will be very, very good. Maybe depending on some topics, other partners can be called upon, or other maybe UN organization can be called upon. So I think maybe concrete maybe follow-up in learning by doing in process in the country, which are very much seriously thinking about this industrial policy improvement based on the forum participation would be very useful. In this sense, I just wanted to share the very Japanese experiences, because Japan is one of the few donors who practice industrial development cooperation with industrial policy support. What we do is that we engage in the high-level policy makers in thinking about what is their maybe agenda or problem is, and what is a concrete maybe entry point we will think together. Then, based on maybe dialogue, sharing experiences or other countries, not only Japan are bringing other maybe Asian countries' experiences. And then if time allows, we try to invite, for example, the maybe JICA's pilot activities so that they can integrate some learning by doing activities. So in that kind of very intense, maybe tailor-made approach, with follow-up action would be very useful. And then in the case of Japan, we have been doing in several, maybe dozens of countries in Latin America or East Asia, and in Africa, maybe Ethiopia, we did it, but right now it's a bit difficult situation. But I think that kind of experiences, methodology can be, I hope, very useful. So maybe this will be very complementary what GIZ is doing. I think Rainer's the presentation is very interesting in the sense that you can share some kind of standardized methodology of making evidence-based industrial policy making. But I think that can be enhanced if combined with tailor-made approach by country-specific follow-up on the ground. This is what I just wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ono. I would just, it was really a delightful insight that you have given, but maybe can I just ask you to go one moment deeper into discussion in terms of the any recommendations that you might have emerging from such a forum that would lead to actions by member states. So do you have any recommendations, Ms. Ono, on how we can ensure that recommendations emerging from the forum are truly also lead to action in the member states?
Yeah, what I just said was that because I think industrial policy is really country specific. So we can discuss in general what is maybe important new methodology, ideas, how to cope with green industrialization, digitalization, those things. But I think each country is very different. That's why I just mentioned that it will be useful if it can be done for some selectively. We can engage in the country which are really seriously try to improve those industrial policy making in certain topics. Then some of the follow-up in country-specific context in country can be made. For example, UNIDO has an office and you have a technical cooperation project. So maybe in some depending on some kind of different topics, different partners or expert can be called upon. So that's why I feel like maybe specific follow-up would be very useful based on the general discussion and experience sharing in the forum. And I think if political leadership or high-level policy makers attend those conferences, maybe that will also facilitate how we can be selectively engage those maybe really willing, serious countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ono. It's definitely going into the specifics of each country. I would like just to give the opportunity to Ms. Ahmed and Mr. Engels for a final statement or recommendation that you would like to give in terms of how we can engage the countries to really take action. And Ms. Ahmed, a short statement from your side.
Yes, I concur with Izumi regarding what the points have raised regarding the assistance to be provided to member states with donor facilitating UNIDO acting as a facilitator in partnering with donor agencies to secure funding, and emphasis should be laid on capacity building, and most importantly, the proper mechanism for reporting and follow-up is crucial in my point of view. So with my closing remarks, I would like to reiterate my full support to UNIDO for the setting up of the Multilateral Industrial Policy Forum. For me, it is my true belief that the establishment of such a forum is highly opportune, and it will provide a new impulse to the core functions of UNIDO which hinge on supporting member states in the industrial development pathway. You can rely fully on my collaboration and that of my team in your future endeavors. I would just like to end by saying that bold and right decisions have to be taken today so that tomorrow we can reap the benefits. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this inspiring finish that you just gave us, Ms. Ahmed, about the bold, leading into the future in a bold way. And Mr. Engels, a short final statement from your side, if we can have the connection.
Yes, thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
I would see such a forum as an important step for exchange and to further develop ideas and technologies and exchange best practices. And that can lead to, of course, the use by individual countries. That is not automatically, as you can't put industrial policy in a negotiating mode and then force countries to develop something, as every country is different and needs a specific industrial policy. And that is a good reason to have a forum to exchange and to learn from each other. And of course, as GIZ is an implementing agency and not a donor, I can only promise that GIZ will support wherever we can. And we wish all the best to the idea and hope that the forum will really take place in the near future.
Thank you, Mr. Engels, GIZ. Thank you all to the panelists for your great ideas on this industrial policy forum. I am convinced that UNIDO will consider these seriously and the ideas that you have shared. I would like to profoundly thank the panelists for a wonderful and insightful debate. You have really highlighted several important aspects of industrial policy and the role it plays for inclusive and sustainable industrial development, and thus for development overall. Let me summarize what we have heard today. 3 key messages. 1, achieving the SDGs is not possible without industrial policy. 2, industrial policy capacity is imperative for building resilience in industrial development. And 3, very importantly, we have heard loud and clearly the call that UNIDO should convene an annual forum on innovative industrial policy peer learning. Excellencies, esteemed speakers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us. I trust that everyone appreciates the important role that industrial policy plays in economic development, not only for economic growth, but also for social inclusion and environmental sustainability. With this, I hope you enjoyed this, and you enjoyed the rest of the General Conference, and goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
حضرات المندوبين الموقرين، سعادة السفراء، حضرات الزملاء والزميلات الأعزاء، أعلن افتتاح الجلسة العامة الثامنة لدورة المؤتمر العام 19. أود في البداية أن أذكركم بأن اللجنة الرئيسية ستنعقد بين الساعة 4:30 و6:30 مساء في قاعة الاجتماعات دي في المبنى سي، وأيضا على منصة الترجمة الشفوية. وسننظر الآن في البند السابع انتخاب أعضاء الهيئتين. وترد الشروط المتعلقة بانتخاب أعضاء مجلس التنمية الصناعية ولجنة البرامج والميزانية في المادة 102 من النظام الداخلي للمؤتمر. وسننظر أولا في البند الفرعي 7A انتخاب 27 عضوا في مجلس التنمية الصناعية. وفقا للمادتين 1.9 و2.9 من الدستور يتألف مجلس التنمية الصناعية من 53 عضو من أعضاء المنظمة ينتخبهم المؤتمر العام، مع إيلاء الاعتبار الواجب لمبدأ التوزيع الجغرافي العادل. ويشغل أعضاء المجلس مناصبهم من اختتام الدورة العادية للمؤتمر التي انتخبوا فيها إلى اختتام الدورة العادية للمؤتمر التي تعقد بعد ذلك ب4 سنوات. ويجوز إعادة انتخاب أعضاء المجلس. ونشرع الآن في انتخاب 27 عضواً في المجلس موزعين على النحو التالي. Give him now?
Yeah, before we start the election.
Okay. والكلمة الآن للصين. تفضل.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and dear colleagues. Before we move into the agenda item of PPC and IDB member states election, I would raise one question concerning the information note delivered by Secretariat yesterday evening. It's an information note concerning decision-making at the 19th session of the General Conference. We would request Secretariat to make clarification on the purpose of this information note, because it's concerning to the proposal made by the General Committee. And yesterday noon, we have no time to discuss this issue. If possible, we request the plenary meeting discuss this issue after we finish the agenda item on IDP and the PPC member states election. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellency, thank you very much. I thank the distinguished delegate from China for the question. I'd just like briefly to clarify the intention of that note. I'd just like to highlight that this note has only been sent out for any potential ad hoc decision that may be taken by the General Conference, like a point of order, for example. We have done this because, of course, as everybody is aware, we are undertaking this General Conference in a hybrid format, and we have discussing within the General Committee the way of how conduct business in case there would be such ad hoc requests. At this current exercise here, which is before us this afternoon, which is sub-item 7A, sub-item 7 actually, we do have not before us an ad hoc decision. In fact, this is something which has been discussed prior, actually. Now, as by past practice over the last years in General Conferences, the elections which are coming up are organized in such a way that each regional group is presenting to the General Conference an agreed list of those countries who may wish to take up, if elected, if voted for, the respective seat in either IDB or PBC. And as past practice, and because of the system of agreed lists by regional group, as you know, those lists are decided upon by a consensus matter and a no objection process, actually. Those you are, I hope, very familiar with when the President comes to this and presents this to you in the documents. We have been, again, presenting these documents earlier. So I'd just like to clarify once again, the note sent out from yesterday evening only refers to ad hoc decisions like a point of order, if requested so by a member state, and is not to be seen in the connection with the now upcoming elections, which we are in fact discussing under item 7. I hope this clarifies. Thank you very much.
والكلمة الآن لكوبا. تفضل.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Señor presidente, mi delegación agradece primeramente la explicación dada por la Secretaría sobre el tema de la nota explicativa, pero también consideramos, al igual que la delegación de China, que se debe designar un momento en la sesión plenaria para discutir el contenido de esta nota, ya que no queda totalmente claro lo que se está proponiendo y sería positivo tener un intercambio sobre esta propuesta de aplicación del roll call para decisiones ad hoc. Me parece que sería positivo tener un momento para poder discutir lo que se está proponiendo en esta nota. Muchas gracias.
شكرا. Russia, please, you have the floor.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель. Российская делегация хотела бы заявить, что именно из соображений транспарентности и открытости процесса не может поддержать рекомендацию, которая была вчера нам представлена секретариатом. Мы считаем, что вопрос голосования – это очень важная тема и должна обсуждаться всеми странами-членами, которые заинтересованы в этом, и заранее, а не во время проведения непосредственно нашего мероприятия. Благодарю вас.
Thank you. China, you have the floor again, please.
Thank you, Chairman. With regard to the substance of the proposal made by General Committee, we are concerned that the possible case when there would be virtual voting on certain specific issues. Of course, we do not mind the format, whether it's online vote through roll call votes or show of hands. We do not mind these two approaches, but what we mind or concerned is, shall we follow the rules of established practice on physically voting at presence, or we change the established rules into virtual voting? I think this is a fundamental question the Secretariat did not answer to us. So we support the position of Russia and against Cuba, and we would request the General Committee reconsider this proposal again if the General Committee intend to introduce this new rule. It needs to be discussed among member states, and it's up to member states for endorsement. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. ليس هناك طلب كلمة في الموضوع. There is no request. Huh? There is no request. Sorry? There is no further request.
I don't see it.
Okay. Okay. شكرا للمتدخلين. أود أن أوضح قبل كل شيء موضوع الرئاسة سمعت وفهمت تدخلات وطلبات الدول الأعضاء التي أخذت الكلمة، لكن يجب التنصيص على أن البند السابع الذي يتعلق بانتخاب أعضاء مجلس التنمية الصناعية ولجنة البرامج والميزانية في مادة 102 من النظام الداخلي للمؤتمر سيقع بالتوافق، وأن موضوع التصويت ليس له أي دخل أو أي أثر على موضوع البند السابع. فالرئاسة ترى وتقترح أن نقوم بعملية التصويت على أعضاء مجلس التنمية الصناعية ولجنة البرامج والميزانية، ثم نفتح النقاش على الموضوع الذي وقع إثارته. ما رأيكم في هذا في مقترح الرئاسة؟ لا أرى أي اعتراض. شكرا لكم على تفهمكم وعلى تعاونكم. ونمضي الآن إلى مواصلة النظر في البند السابع، ونشرع الآن في انتخاب 27 عضوا في المجلس موزعين على النحو التالي: 13 عضو من الدول المدرجة في القائمة ألف، ومنهم 7 دول إفريقية و6 من دول آسيا والمحيط الهادي. 7 أعضاء من الدول المدرجة في القائمة باء. 5 أعضاء من الدول المدرجة في القائمة جيم. عضوان من الدول المدرجة في القائمة دل. وبالنسبة للدول الإفريقية المدرجة في القائمة ألف يقترح ترشيح الدول التالية: أنغولا، تونس، الجزائر، جنوب أفريقيا، غانا، المغرب، نيجيريا. هل هناك أي اعتراضات على الترشيحات المقترحة؟ ليس هناك أي اعتراضات حسب ما أرى. تعتمد قائمة الأعضاء من الدول الإفريقية. بالنسبة لدول آسيا والمحيط الهادي المدرجة في القائمة ألف يقترح ترشيح الدول التالية: الهند، باكستان، بنغلاديش، تايلاندا، كيرغستان، منغوليا. هل هناك أي اعتراضات على الترشيحات المقترحة؟ ليس هناك أي اعتراضات حسب ما أرى. تعتمد قائمة الأعضاء من دول آسيا والمحيط الهادي. بالنسبة للدول المدرجة في القائمة باء يقترح ترشيح الدول التالية: إسبانيا، إيرلندا، تركيا، سويسرا، لوكسمبورغ، مالطا، النمسا. هل هناك أي اعتراضات على الترشيحات المقترحة؟ ليس هناك أي اعتراضات حسب ما أرى. تعتمد قائمة الأعضاء من الدول المدرجة في القائمة باء. بالنسبة للدول المدرجة في القائمة جيم يقترح ترشيح الدول التالية: الأرجنتين، بنما، بيرو، فنزويلا، كوستاريكا. هل هناك أي اعتراضات على الترشيحات المقترحة؟ ليس هناك أي اعتراضات حسب ما أرى. تعتمد قائمة الأعضاء من الدول المدرجة في القائمة جيم. وأخيراً، بالنسبة للدول المدرجة في القائمة دل قدم رئيس المجموعة المترشحين التاليين: الاتحاد الروسي، هنغاريا. هل هناك أي اعتراضات على الترشيحات المقترحة؟ ليس هناك أي اعتراضات حسب ما أرى. تعتمد قائمة الأعضاء من الدول المدرجة في القائمة دل. انتهينا من انتخاب أعضاء المجلس. هل لي الآن أن أدعو المؤتمر إلى النظر في البند الفرعي 7 باء: انتخاب أعضاء لجنة البرامج والميزانية. وفقاً للمادتين 11 و 12 من الدستور، تتألف لجنة البرامج والميزانية من 27 عضواً من أعضاء المنظمة ينتخبهم المؤتمر، مع إيلاء الاعتبار الواجب لمبدأ التوزيع الجغرافي العادل. ويشغل أعضاء اللجنة مناصبهم من اختتام الدورة العادية للمؤتمر التي انتخبوا فيها إلى اختتام الدورة العادية للمؤتمر التي تعقد بعد ذلك بسنتين، ويجوز إعادة انتخاب أعضاء المجلس. ونشرع الآن في انتخاب 27 عضواً موزعين على النحو التالي: 11 عضواً من الدول المدرجة في القائمة ألف، ويتألفون من 6 دول إفريقية، 5 من دول آسيا والمحيط الهادي. 9 أعضاء من الدول المدرجة في القائمة باء، 4 أعضاء من الدول المدرجة في القائمة جيم، 3 أعضاء من الدول المدرجة في القائمة دل. وبالنسبة للدول الإفريقية المدرجة في القائمة ألف يقترح ترشيح الدول التالية: الجزائر، بوركينا فاسو، مصر، غانا، المغرب، تونس. هل هناك أي اعتراضات على الترشيحات المقترحة؟ ليس هناك أي اعتراضات حسب ما أرى. تعتمد قائمة الأعضاء من الدول الإفريقية. وبالنسبة لدول آسيا والمحيط الهادي المدرجة في القائمة ألف، يقترح ترشيح الدول التالية: الصين، الفلبين، الهند، باكستان، وجمهورية إيران الإسلامية. هل هناك أي اعتراضات على المرشحين المقترحين؟ ليس هناك أي اعتراضات حسب ما أرى. تعتمد قائمة الأعضاء من دول آسيا والمحيط الهادي. وبالنسبة للدول المدرجة في القائمة باء، اقترح ترشيح الدول التالية: إسبانيا، ألمانيا، إيطاليا، تركيا، فنلندا، مالطا، النمسا، اليابان. مقعد واحد لا يزال شاغرا. هل هناك أي اعتراضات على المرشحين المقترحين؟ ليس هناك أي اعتراضات حسب ما أرى. تعتمد قائمة الأعضاء من الدول المدرجة في القائمة باء. وبالنسبة للدول المدرجة في القائمة جيم، اقترح ترشيح الدول التالية: المكسيك، أوروغواي، البرازيل، الأرجنتين. هل هناك أي اعتراضات على الترشيحات المقترحة؟ ليس هناك أي اعتراضات حسب ما أرى. تعتمد قائمة الأعضاء من الدول المدرجة في القائمة جيم. وبالنسبة للدول المدرجة في القائمة دل، قدم رئيس المجموعة المرشحين الثلاثة التالية أسماءهم: الاتحاد الروسي، بولندا، هنغاريا. هل هناك أي اعتراضات على المرشحين المقترحين؟ ليس هناك أي اعتراضات حسب ما أرى. تعتمد قائمة الأعضاء من الدول المدرجة في القائمة دل. انتهينا من انتخاب أعضاء لجنة البرامج والميزانية، وبهذا نقفل البند السابع. والآن كما وقع الاتفاق عليه، سنعود إلى موضوع فتح النقاش فيما يتعلق بالورقة التي تقدمت بها والتي وقع توزيعها بالأمس على الدول الأعضاء والمتعلقة بموضوع التصويت. النقاش مفتوح لمن يريد أخذ الكلمة فليتفضل. Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the questions raised by colleagues from China, Russia, and Cuba are valid, and it's very useful to have a frank discussion on this. And as you recall, in the committee, we had this discussion on this issue, and it was very clear to us and other members that there's no intention and no reason to imply that there is a change in the rules of our conduct. So it was an anticipated scenario if it is required. In case of raising hand, it is difficult to be transparent and fair in the virtual format. So that is why it was suggested as a solution, not in any case change of the rules on voting. So that is where we understand that there is no need, no reason to change the rules. There is no attempt towards that direction. And in case situation arises on the virtual format, every member who is not present will be able to identify itself so that it is verified the member who is sharing its decision is part of the delegation and representing the member state. So this is our understanding. That is why we agreed with this proposal to initiate the circular note. And once again, we reiterate there is no change and we do not anticipate any change in the rules. Thank you.
China, please.
Thank you, Chairman. We appreciate distinguished ambassador of Pakistan delegation for clarification. And can we get more further clarification that according to this information note, the proposal of the General Committee does not allow the virtual voting? I mean, according to this information note, does the General Committee allow the online voting or virtual voting or not? This is a simple question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Excellency. I tried to explain the technical background as far as we see it, although I thank the delegates for this discussion because we also believe that it's indeed a discussion which is very necessary, specifically as we're holding a general conference under very specific circumstances, which all of us has been sort of affected the one the other way. So thank you very much for this. Now, when it comes to the question of the virtual voting, then it is our understanding that, and that is indeed true, that in the rules of regulations no voting by electronic means, as it is called, is foreseen. Now, the discussion which arises here is if a member state in a roll call identifies itself and says its decision, for example, for a point of order, which is I agree, I disagree, or I abstain, is that technically considered a virtual voting, or is that considered making itself heard? Indeed, that is a debate which I do think is very crucial and is very important, because indeed there may be different views on that very matter, actually. And so it is our technical understanding that if you are on a screen, like you're on a screen here in the room, and you identify yourself and say your decision, you indeed identify yourself and you say your decision in a roll call, then of course it is typically transparent, verifiable, and recorded as well. And so we would not consider electronic means. However, I do understand that there are many delegations who would see clarification if that specific instance would mean, in fact, electronic voting by electronic means. We do not think so, because what we see here is the recording of the vote and not the presence to it. But again, this is something which indeed requires, I do think, also deeper understanding for the very purpose of that very meeting, which is held under very peculiar circumstances, actually. And as the Secretariat has always been asked to ensure, under all circumstances, equal treatment for each and every member state at any given point in time, the way of making its decision heard and known to the conference, and within the rules of regulations, a roll call, we felt is something which indeed is very possible, because a show of hands, and we would typically do this, you may recall the decision in the IDB on the restoration of voting rights for the delegation of Venezuela, which has been voted upon by the IDB in fact, a show of hands mechanism in accordance with the rules of procedures, which are similar to the one of the GC, has been possible. Now, a show of hands in that virtual format, where some delegations, with all due rights, are in fact not physically in the room, but visible through their screens, actually, is difficult because you don't have all screens at the same time verifiably on the screen to count the votes as you would do in the room. So the second mechanism already established in the rules of procedures is in fact a roll call, where you call on each and every single country which has voting rights and ask that country to please loudly declare the decision on that specific vote, actually. So we felt that is a possibility under the current circumstances, indeed allow everybody in such way to participate in this vote. If it comes up, and I'd just like to once again highlight that we're talking here about ad hoc decisions to be taken, like a point of order, or you may recall again in the IDB on the restoration of voting rights just in the spot of the session at that point of time. Once again, however, we do think in the Secretariat that indeed is something which spills very much beyond this general conference and does require a very thorough review by member states on the way forward. However, for that very session, the General Committee has felt that that is the way forward in order to enable for every member state at every point of time equal opportunity to participate in the deliberations on the one hand, and if the case may come up, participate in the possibility to declare their decision about a certain word was out there. I hope this clarifies. Thank you very much.
Shukran. Cuba, تفضل.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Como comentó la Secretaría, esta cuestión puede estar sujeta a diversas interpretaciones. Desde el punto de vista de mi delegación, si se está hablando de que un país pueda ejercer su voto mediante una plataforma virtual, se está hablando técnicamente de un voto virtual. Y el voto virtual no está contemplado en las reglas de procedimiento de la Conferencia General de la UNIDO. De hecho, en el capítulo sobre la toma de decisiones, el artículo 92 relativo a la mayoría necesaria para tomar determinadas decisiones, se está hablando de una mayoría simple o mayoría de 2/3 de los miembros presentes y votantes, es decir, los miembros que están presentes en la sala. No se contempla los miembros que no están presentes y participando de forma virtual. Ahora, para que la Conferencia General decida suspender o modificar una regla de procedimiento del reglamento de la conferencia, se debería aplicar el artículo 120 relativo a la suspensión, donde se debe suspender un artículo por mayoría de 2/3 de los miembros presentes y votantes. Esta es la interpretación que le da mi delegación a este asunto. Consideramos que el voto virtual no está contemplado en las reglas de procedimiento y si se quiere hacer una modificación o una suspensión de determinado artículo de las reglas, entonces se necesita una decisión de la Conferencia General. Por tanto, señor presidente, considero que este tema debería ser sujeto de análisis del asesor legal de la organización para saber en detalle de qué estamos hablando y cuáles son las opciones que tenemos. Pues, como ya comuniqué, desde el punto de vista de mi delegación, si un país dice sí, no o abstención mediante una plataforma virtual y su opinión se va a tener en cuenta a la hora de tomar una decisión, es decir, si ese voto influye en la mayoría requerida para tomar determinada decisión, entonces estamos hablando de un voto virtual, porque se hizo a través de una plataforma virtual, lo que no está recogido en las reglas de procedimiento. Esta es la opinión de mi delegación y me gustaría tener la opinión, el comentario de un asesor legal sobre este tema. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Spain, please.
Gracias, señor presidente. La nota que emitió ayer la Secretaría era una respuesta a una solicitud que realizó la embajadora de España el día anterior. Y antes de todo quería hacer un poco, ver por qué estamos en esta situación y reconocer que la Secretaría ha tenido que hacer un gran esfuerzo de improvisación para adaptar una conferencia general de una modalidad a otra modalidad. Y en este sentido agradecemos las buenas intenciones al haber intentado dar la mayor facilidad a todas aquellas personas, ya sea aquí en Viena o fuera, que no han podido asistir. Por otra parte, estamos de acuerdo con oradores precedentes en que el paso a la votación virtual supone un cambio importante que no está recogido ahora mismo en las reglas de procedimiento y que podríamos interpretarlo en las reglas de procedimiento de manera que se pudiera aceptar quizás el voto virtual, pero para ello sería necesario un diálogo tranquilo en consultas informales como las que hemos tenido antes de esta conferencia general y que no ha sido posible tener en número suficiente justo antes de saber los cambios de modalidad para saber cómo se podría adaptar. Ayer la embajadora Monterrubio planteó una serie de preguntas que no fueron respondidas en la nota de la Secretaría. Consideramos que hay que tener en cuenta factores como la representatividad, todas las personas que estamos aquí hemos tenido que pasar con un control de fotografía y un control de presencia. Sabemos quiénes somos los que estamos aquí. No podemos saber en un momento dado quién está al otro lado de la pantalla y si está dentro de la carta de credenciales que se ha exigido que viniera firmada con el ministro. ¿Qué sentido tiene pedir una carta de credenciales si luego no sabemos quién está en pantalla de manera virtual? Hay una serie de asuntos técnicos subyacentes a este tipo de cambio que tendríamos que hablar con muchísima tranquilidad. Por lo tanto, también queríamos decir que a la hora de plantear las elecciones que hemos tenido el auditor externo, la Secretaría ha hecho un importante esfuerzo en ayudar a las delegaciones que no podían estar presentes para que pudieran seleccionar una persona, que pudieran votar en su lugar. ¿Por qué no se puede aplicar ese sistema para el resto de votaciones como la de mano alzada? Y es necesario recurrir a una votación virtual que es nueva y tiene varios cuestionamientos técnicos que tenemos algunas ideas, pero creemos sinceramente que no es el momento para discutirlas. Por lo tanto, de esa manera explicamos cuáles han sido nuestra inquietud a la hora de pedir una nota y solicitamos que más adelante nos podamos reunir a discutir los Estados miembros la interpretación de estas reglas de procedimiento y, en particular, la 93. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Russia, you have the floor, please.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель. Мы также приветствуем, отмечаем работу секретариата, большую работу, проделанную в столь сложных условиях. Всегда поддерживаем и будем поддерживать наших коллег. Но одновременно нам не хотелось бы, чтобы сложилось впечатление, что те страны, которые сейчас выступают по этому пункту, они каким-то образом препятствуют полноправному участию других делегаций в этом процессе. Как раз наоборот. Моя делегация была бы готова обсудить этот вопрос, если бы он был поднят до начала конференции. У нас проходила целая серия консультаций, но ни разу эта тема не поднималась и не обсуждалась. На наш взгляд, для того, чтобы сейчас иметь возможность пользоваться решением, которое предлагается, оно должно было представлено государствам-членам намного раньше. Государства-члены должны были принять соответствующее решение, которое было бы соответствующим образом оформлено. И мы сожалеем, что этого не произошло. Благодарю вас.
Thank you. There is any other request to the floor? Yeah.
I think it's Mexico.
Mexico? You have the floor, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Seré breve. En resumen, mi delegación entiende la inquietud de las personas que me precedieron en el uso de la palabra. Por supuesto que la toma de decisiones tiene que ser siempre de forma clara, transparente y con reglas que son mutuamente entendidas. Estamos conscientes, por supuesto, de los ajustes que se tuvieron que llevar a cabo por parte de la Secretaría, por parte de todos nosotros, para enfrentar la epidemia resurgente aquí en Austria y para cumplir con las medidas sanitarias dictadas por el gobierno de Austria, nuestro país anfitrión, pero también para la salud de todas y todos nosotros. Coincide mi delegación en el hecho de que esto requiere de un análisis con tranquilidad y poniendo todos los elementos sobre la mesa. Sin embargo, a mi delegación le gustaría recordar que la votación es cierto que está en las reglas, también es cierto que es un recurso poco utilizado en Viena, poco utilizado en la UNIDO, y por lo tanto, y tomando en cuenta el espíritu constructivo y positivo de esta conferencia general, así como la flexibilidad que exige de todos nosotros la pandemia actual, mi delegación haría un llamado a todas y a todos a esforzarnos por lograr el consenso en todas las decisiones que están ante nosotros. Mi delegación está convencida de que en los temas que quedan en la agenda es posible encontrar el consenso y actuaremos en ese sentido. Muchas gracias a usted, señor presidente, por abrir este espacio para el diálogo y esperamos que fuera de este espacio, con calma, sin la presión del tiempo, podamos todos reflexionar sobre lo que implica la votación y la aplicación en el contexto actual que nos obliga a estos formatos híbridos. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you. China. You have the floor on the screen.
Thank you, Chairman. My statement would be brief. The first point is that the Chinese delegation prefer to the strict interpretation on Rule 92 and 93 of the Rules of Procedure. That's to say, we understand the current rules does not imply any forms of virtual voting. That's our first understanding. Secondly, if we enlarge the interpretation on these two rules, that could result in the abuse of voting method. This could be inconsistent with the Vienna spirit to reach consensus by negotiations or by consultations, rather than by votings in an easy way. So in this logic, we would insist on our reservation of the proposal made by General Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Venezuela, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Buenas tardes, colegas. Quería primero, señor presidente, agradecer que este tema se haya discutido esta tarde. Me disculpo que estaba en otro lugar y llegué un poquito tarde a la discusión, sin embargo la hemos venido siguiendo. Señor presidente, Venezuela considera que este es un tema que no puede ser tomado a la ligera. Amerita discusión, amerita espacio para el debate, y la posición de Venezuela es no sentar precedente en una situación como esta, llamando de manera acelerada a la posibilidad siquiera de considerar una votación vía remota. En Venezuela es consistente con su posición, no solamente en Viena, sino en otros espacios, y definitivamente es algo que consideraríamos de manera desfavorable. Señor presidente, nosotros estamos dispuestos a dialogar todas las veces que sea necesario, pero siempre apegados a las reglas. Señor presidente, muchísimas gracias y cuente usted con la disposición de Venezuela para trabajar en detalle esto. Sin embargo, pedimos tiempo y discusión, que ninguna propuesta sea llevada a efecto antes de la consideración. Un punto adicional, señor presidente. Cualquier cambio sustancial que hubiese que hacer amerita además de una adecuación tecnológica con la que no contamos. Debemos esperar no solamente la decisión, sino las condiciones, los recursos para hacer cualquier tipo de decisión de este tipo tan radical. Muchísimas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much. Any other request for the floor?
there is no further request, then let me make some comment, if I may. The first one, nous sommes en train de subir les effets collatéraux de la pandémie du Covid-19. Covid-19 qui dépasse maintenant les aspects sanitaires, économiques et sociaux et qui touche maintenant même les règlements de notre fonctionnement. Then thank you very much to all delegation for their comments. I, as the president of the conference, together with the members of the General Committee, having listened closely to your comments and taken note of your perspectives. I propose to proceed as follows. A meeting of the General Committee will be called for tomorrow morning. This matter will be treated. In the meantime, I encourage all delegations to communicate their positions to their representatives on the General Committee in case not already made today. Following the meeting of the General Committee, the way forward will be communicated to all members of the conference. Are there any objections to this proposal? Thank you very much for your support. والآن وفي هذه المرحلة لم يبقى لدي سوى بند واحد للنظر فيه وهو البند 30 اختتام الدورة الذي يشمل اعتماد مقررات وقرارات المؤتمر، ولذلك سنرفع الجلسة الآن وسنجتمع من جديد من أجل الجلسة العامة الختامية صباح الغد في الساعة 9:30، وسيقام غدا في الجلسة العامة حفل تكريم للمدير العام المنتهية ولايته السيد ليونغ عقب اعتماد المقررات والقرارات أيضا. وأخيرا أدعوكم بحضور الفاعلية الجانبية المعاونة التعجيل بأثار العمل المناخي للدول الأعضاء من خلال التنمية الصناعية الشاملة للجميع والمستدامة التي ستبدأ في هذه القاعة في الساعة 8:30 من صباح الغد. شكرا لكم على الحضور. رفعت الجلسة.
Thank you.